kept misclicking the volume slider. I couldn't get my mouse on it.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Ready for the drop? Ready for the drop? Ready for the drop. Here it comes. Oh, yeah. What?
Oh, hell yes. It's Indie Saturday, y'all. You know what day it is. You know what we do here on Indie Saturday. We play indie games all day based on your suggestions, and then picked by me, and then voted on by you. Isn't that a great day? I think that shapes up to be a wonderful day every time we do it. Anyways, what's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and like I said, we're playing indie games today. All indie games today, and I think we've got 8 of them that are not AI. I hope. I think. Pretty sure these are all good. Coy would have told me. I'm sure if any of these were AI slop, but I think we're good. We got the poll up. We're ready to vote. Yeah, no AI slop here, hopefully. Does Zeke ever tally the cost of the list before putting it up for a vote? No, but I could do it right now if you want. Like, if I bought, which I usually don't buy every single game. I usually buy, between 4 and 6 of them, usually. Sometimes if it's a real bad day, we'll go through 7 or 8 of them. But usually 4 to 6 games is what we get played. Let's see. I'm just going to do a roundabout estimate. $7, 17, let's see. 17, 27, 28, 28, 45, 45, 65, 65, 81, 81, 91. Where's that one? Oh, okay. And that one, Jesus. 91, $114. $114 if I bought all the games today. Which I won't. I won't buy all of them. But we'll buy a good amount, so. Yeah, usually I spend between, I don't know, 50 to 70 bucks usually every Saturday to do this indie day thing. But they are all, they're all put on my taxes. Which means I get them for free. I'm kidding. No, you don't get them for free. I probably get, after taxes, claiming them as, business expenses, probably 10% off. So for every $100 I spend, I probably get 10 bucks of that taken off. Because it's for business. So it's not a huge, claim them on your taxes. They're not free. They're just you get 10% maybe back. Do you ever refund a game? Yes, not often though, Jaruto-san. I don't usually refund games unless there is certain criteria. The game is fucking broken and doesn't work, or there's false advertising in it. It claims to be one thing and it is something else entirely. I will refund those games for sure. Those are usually the 2 criteria that I go with, is if the fucking game is broken or doesn't work in some way or another, or they advertise something that they didn't deliver on, in a big way, in a very obvious way. But if it's a game that I don't personally like, or I don't jive, I don't refund those. That's not the game's fault. I mean, that's what happens when you try out games. Sometimes you're not going to like them. But I don't think that I should be refunding like a bunch because of that. I mean, I make like either way, even if I don't like them or they're bad games or whatever, but they work and they function as advertised, like I'm still making money off of them by doing, you know, by streaming. So it feels weird to be like, nah, I'm going to refund that because I didn't like it. I feel like if I make money off your game, you should too, as long as you deliver on what's promised and the game's not fucking broken. Vincent gifting a sub, first gifted sub of the day. 2, death and taxes. 2 things you cannot avoid. Death and taxes. Which is not necessarily true. You can't avoid death, but I think you can avoid taxes. But you have to be really... I mean, you have to break the law to avoid taxes, usually. Or, yeah, or you're rich and there's loopholes. Yeah, sure. Law! Law! That quote always reminds me of the movie where Brad Pitt was death. Is that Joe Black or whatever? I never watched that one. If that's the one you're talking about. That seems like the one that would be. Yeah, he's the angel of death or whatever. Yeah. Vincent giving a sub, another one to Grinbringer. Thank you very much. And then another one to I am the law. I am the law. Indeed you are. You are the law, Vincent. You have probably seen him talk with a Caribbean accent. I don't think I have. My oldest son brought his to H&R Block and didn't go in to pay for them until the 15th. Dune almost pulled a dummy. Well, as someone who has definitely not paid, like forgotten or just like didn't want to go, like was scared of how much money they owed, like if like they don't like put you in jail for not paying by April 15th. All they do is charge you more. They're like, well, you're late now, so we're going to charge you a late fee for turning in your taxes late. Like, oh, great. Okay. More money I owe you. Fucking wonderful. They'll get their money one way or the other. Yeah, no, that's the trade-off for going to Texas. The trade-off for going to Texas is no income tax. State. Federal they still take, but no state income tax. Property tax is way higher, though. So, I will be feeling the sting of that for sure. But yeah, no income tax probably will be nice, I'd imagine. Federal is like, I pay in about 7 times more federal than I do state. So the state income tax is a certain amount, and then the federal income tax is 7 times that. So it's a way bigger chunk going to the Fed. No, federal income tax is usually more everywhere in the United States, unless I'm completely out of my mind. Like if you live in a state that charges you income tax and the federal charges you income tax as well, federal is generally way higher. Yeah, 70% of the government is funded by income tax and payroll tax. There you go. And that makes sense. I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't have debtor's prison. You only go to jail for fraud or, tax evasion. Yeah. Those are crimes. Being in debt is not a crime. It's just terrible. As a Texan with a home from the 60s, property tax is such a fucking scam. That's the shit of it. Isn't that the shittiest thing? I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but in the United States, you never actually really own the land you live on because you have to pay property tax. For the land you live on, I mean, granted, it's lower than rent or lower than, it's lower than rent. But it's still, a chunk of change every year. There are no taxes in your country, and I don't understand. There are no taxes in my country, and I understand what is the benefit for you in paying taxes. Well, taxes pay for everything that is government or state run. So my state taxes go towards, I would guess, police, schools, roads, hospitals. Same thing with federal tax. Taxes go towards roads and infrastructure and the military. That's why we get so pissed off that our taxes are going to these things that we wouldn't normally support, I would support the military just a lot less. I would take more of that and put it into, schools and roads and shit like that. But that's why we, vote and have, politicians and laws and shits, because they decide what happens with our tax money. And also, you live in a country that doesn't have taxes? I have never heard of such a place. What a glorious place that must be. Or what a terrible place that must be. I don't know. Because taxes do go, believe it or not, taxes do go to good things. And things that we all need as, modern human beings, i.e. roads. Oh, Kuwait, huh? Wow, okay. I think you might, if true, you might be the first person that I know is watching from Kuwait. Welcome. I live in a country where taxes go into supporting the vulnerable, at least some of them. I'm so grateful. Yeah. No, that's what it's supposed to do. That's what taxes should be doing. Taxes should be used for nothing other than the well-being of the citizens of the nation. And a lot of times in the US, in fact, a big amount of the time in the US, they do not. And that's sad. So when are we going to join the Federation of Planets? Oh, man. That's what we need. We need first contact, man. We definitely need first contact. Yeah, why have healthcare when you can have bombs? Sigh. Full on RC with 109 months. Thank you, Full on RC. So we can become slaves to someone else? How many nations out there are doing just fine without a huge military budget? A lot. There's quite a few, I'd imagine. You could probably name a few. Enough grown-up talk, more farts. You're right. Let's fart. It's that little one at the end that gets you. Yeah, I agree, Badgie. Yeah, I don't mind paying taxes. Just wish that it went to stuff that I thought was better use of it. Exactly. The little wet one just at the end. All right. Let's fucking look at some games then. was blathering until the ad break, which should be happening here in about 5 minutes. But we can look at the games while we wait for the ads to play. Taika!
Well, in Finland, you could have to pay up to 58% income tax, see Kia.
58% income tax in fucking Finland? Goddamn. Woo, that's a lot. %58. Well, if you just have a regular jobby type job in the United States, isn't it like around 30? Yeah, 30 something. Yeah. Yeah, Finland also has an incredible healthcare system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I paid more in taxes, I'd like to know that it's going towards, taking care of me when I can't take care of myself anymore. If I don't have kids, which I don't, which is scary for me, like, who the fuck is going to take care of me? Me. That's why I'm saving money. For when I don't want to work anymore, I have something that I can still live. I'll help you, Dad. Yeah. Can we play some games so I can't worry about the world? Yes. Yes, we can. Yes. All right. These are the games that we will escape to for the remainder of the day. We have 8 of them. Capture 2, Saint Slayer Spear of Sacrilege, The Third Shift, Bylina, Rubato, Causal Loop, Rumble, Dreams, and Desires. And that last one, looks like porn, smells like porn, is not porn. Oddly enough, it just seems like it. It's gratuitous and it's sexploitation, sort of. It's got, got ladies in workout gear and stuff like that, but it is not, as far as I know, there's no nudity in it. So that's good, right? But we have other good games to check out. And the first of which is Capture 2, and I'm pretty sure that we played a demo of this. And yes, it is a liminal space anomaly game, which seems right up my alley. I'm really excited for this one. All right. You're captured in an apartment with an oh fuck. I suppose I should tell you the Indie Day, what we do on Indie Day, in case you don't know or haven't been here in a while, whatever. What we do on Indie Day is I have 8 games. We're going to watch the trailers for all the games, and then you're going to vote. You can vote now just based on the title if you want, or you can wait until you've seen all the games to vote. It's up to you. But you can vote here at the top of the chat box, right here, and click that link. It'll take you to the poll, or you can just look down below in the panel section below the video player, and it's right there. All you have to do to vote, you can vote for as many as you like. You can vote for 3, 4, 5, whatever. And you can change your vote at any time. And there you go. That's all you got to do. If you wanna play along with us and vote, there you go. Swedish Meatball 101 with 30 big months. Thank you. Jack Schreiker with 132. Appreciate you guys. Okay, and you can vote. You can vote for all 8, or vote for none of them, which is the same thing. So if you're planning on voting for all 8 of them, just don't vote at all. You do the same amount of help. Or you can vote for all but one. Like if you're like fuck Dreams and Desires, you can vote for all 7 of them except that, except that one. If you want to just fuck one game over, you can do that too. And your vote does matter because, like, at any given time, there's only, I think the most we've ever gotten on an Indie Day voting for one is like the high 80s. Like, usually there's hundreds of people in here and only, 10% of them vote. So, your vote does matter. It really does. And a lot of times it comes down to like 1 or 2 votes, so. All right, we're just going to wait real quick 1 minute while this ad break gets done, and then we'll jump into it. 10% participation is great for Twitch. Well, thank you, Oblivious to me. I'm glad you think so. I hope I'm engaging enough to encourage you to participate. Most of the chat is just listening to your soothing voice. Would you consider my voice soothing? Because I wouldn't. But I have to hear it all the time. I mean, if I'm just talking, obviously when I'm not when I'm yelling or screaming or whatever, but like, hell nah. Yes, it is. Soothing in a grating kind of way. You have a raspy din. I like that. Raspy din. That's good. That's good. Not really, just being honest. That's fine. No. Be honest. Please be honest. It's soothing like a table saw. Yeah, there you go. Do you find table saws soothing? Because then, yes, I am soothing. Okay, let's do this. Ad break's over. Let's rock and roll. Capture 2. You're trapped in an apartment with ever-changing rooms. Capture anomalies on camera, survive deadly entities, and escape an endless nightmare. This one came out 3 days ago. We think we played the demo. Pretty sure we did. Developed and published by Puck Redflix or Puck Games. It is $7.19. Let's take a look.
If you are watching this, you may be stuck in a loop. If your house feels unfamiliar, you may be stuck in a loop.
Oh, yes! This game was really cool.
Small changes in your house. Do not overlook any anomalies and make sure to capture them on camera.
"26 children vanished without a trace. The only lead so far comes in the form of videotapes.
I sent in some tapes. Kids seem to forget things. Like that place is slowly wiping their memories. But you got this. Your sister and I are waiting for you to get back. Don't forget that.
Soothsayer.
Thank you very much.
Wanted to way back, Dad.
Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you, Pell Bulldog with the 24 months. Man, son of man with 5 gifted subs going out to Flying High 74, Nasos 42, Nikos Kazan, Punter X, and Rupix 7v7. And then Oblivious to me with another 5 going to Nolus Polis, Shugzed, Superman 03, Cave Salamander, and Vizcax. Or Vizcax.
Hail, Berserkers!
Thank you so very much to both of Man, Son of Man, and Oblivious to me for those. All right, that is Captured 2. Okay, next one is, I hope this one gets played at least a little bit today. We'll see though. It's a retro Castlevania-like. Saint Slayer is an NES-style 2D action platformer featuring loads of stages, enemies, and gore set against the backdrop of late 17th century Europe. Play as the ex-soldier Rudiger and wield the Spear of Sacrilege as you save the Holy Roman Empire from the corrupt Catholic priest, Father Pacer. This one came out 6 days ago, developed and published by Lily Mo Games. You can get the demo for free or you can buy it for $10. Let's go. It's like a mix of Castlevania and DuckTales, it seems. Both of which I'm cool with. Oh, local co-op too? Sure. Oh, you get animal companions pee-pee for my butthole?
Indie Saturday glows on a modest screen. Small worlds built from stubborn dreams. Pixels flicker, imperfect, alive, not made to sell, but made to strive. No giants here, just hearts and code, quiet stories, winding roads.
And though they break, we choose to stay lost in games that found their way. Thank you, Mr. Peril, for that wonderful tip and that thoughtful comment there. Is it AI poetry? Damn it. I was hoping that you made that up. You know what? I'm just gonna assume you did and be happy with it. Harunting, thank you for the 40 months. I flashed a pair of old ladies sitting on a bench. One of them had a stroke, the other one couldn't reach. Oldie but a goodie. I like that one. Okay, that was Saint Slayer Spear of Sacrilege. The next one is called The Third Shift. Game Boy styled horror game that combines first, second, and third person perspectives. Second person, don't see that very often. As the newest employee of the Roanoke Museum of History and Wonder, beware of odd occurrences as you patrol the halls and complete your shift. This one came out 4 days ago, developed and published by T-Bowa Games. It is $10.79. Let's take a look. I don't even know what second person means for a video game. No, someone else's point of view is third. In literature, third person is he did this. First person is I did this. Second person is you did this, the reader. Yeah. Looks funky, dude.
A museum in need of security. A person in need of money.
Oh, why didn't we watch this trailer
An
first?
odd occurrence.
Smoking a ciggy in the museum. I think this is just for the trailer. There's no fucking way this is actually in the game.
Yeah, I hear ya. Stupid kid getting worked up over nothing. Can I play? The first night of a new job shouldn't be too tough, right? Clock in for your first shift at the Roanoke Museum of History and Wonder. Watch your stamina and sustain your mental health as you patrol the halls and embark on your third shift.
Daniel, do you copy?
The third shift is coming soon.
God.
Wishlist now on Steam.
I'm glad we watched that. They put some effort into that. That's fucking silly as shit. All right, the third shift. All right, next game is Bylina. This one looks fucking cool as shit. I'm not sure if it will be, but it looks fucking amazing. Enter a world of Slavic myth and medieval adventure as a young bogatyr. Bogatyr. What the fuck is that? We're gonna learn something today, guys. I know that you hate learning, but bogatyr. Tradition describes bogatyrs as warriors of immense strength, courage, and bravery. Rarely using magic while fighting enemies. Legendary medieval hero of Russia. That's what a bogatyr is. Okay. Journey to the thrice nine kingdom. Challenge Koschei the Deathless and save your immortal soul in Bylina, an epic action-adventure rooted in Slavic folklore with a heavy focus on skill-based combat. This one came out on 4/20, so 5 days ago. Developed by Far Games, published by Digital Vortex Entertainment. It is $17.49. Feast your eyes on this.
Once
Bylina. Excuse me, Bylina, not Bylina. Bylina.
How to save his immortal soul. You stay quiet, fiend. That was me, by the way. I met many good men along the way, but also not so good ones. You're the latter, bastard.
Bastard.
The kinds of villains I've seen. Want some?
It's in the bone.
I was somewhere on the edge of the Thrice Nine Kingdom when it began to take hold.
I am clueless as to what the fuck is happening in this game. All right, there's some gameplay.
You good, old man?
I'm fine.
There it is, Belina. It's a weird one. Oh, this has more gameplay. Apparently you fight evil baseballs. Oh, and there's some puzzles. Okay. The music is fucking jamming. There it is. Yep, action, adventure, medieval, mythology, action. So, yeah. Action adventure game. Belina. All right, the next one is Rubato. Now, this one, whoops. This one looked straightforward when I first saw it, and then it gets weird. You'll see what I mean. Rubato, an experimental 2D physics-based take on the collectathon genre. This one came out a little while ago, about a month ago, so it's pretty old. It's pretty fucking old by now. It's a month old. Damn. Developed and published by D-Con. You can get the demo for free, or you can play it for $19.99. Collectathon doesn't seem like a Z game. Well, Kiwi, I don't know what kind of game this is. If you can tell me after this. So this is what it looks like. Like you're thinking, oh, it's something like this. Like it's a collectathon like platformer where you like swing around with the frog's tongue, right? And then, okay, it gets a little weird. And then this. Are these just cinematics? And then there's these WarioWare type mini games, I think. There's so many different things happening in this. I don't know, like, the core game is the frog jumping tongue game, like tongue swinging game, I'm sure. But it seems like there's these little interstitials with like weird, like media mashup mini games. Yes, this game seems like it looks like it was designed by a committee rather than one person's vision. But fuck it. Might be awesome. All right, that's Rubato. Next one is Causal Loop. Excuse me. All right. Causal Loop is a narrative puzzler that blends mind-bending mechanics with a rich sci-fi story about time, consequences, and survival. Solve intricate puzzles by using the signature echo mechanic to record, replay, and interact with up to 3 versions of your past self. Can you break the loop? This game came out 2 days ago, developed by Mirebound Interactive, published by Head Up. It's a mystery puzzle platformer adventure. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $16.19 if you have the Talos Principle 2, which I have, or you can buy it for $17.99 without it. Let's check it out.
Bill.
Give it a sec. And that's why I get the big bucks.
Until your contract gets terminated again.
Yeah, thanks for the tip, Walter.
Whoa. It's incredible. Bill, what's going on?
What the hell happened? What's going on here? Is this me?
An echo. An iteration of yourself compressed into our own dimension. Once it has reached the end of its path, it should loop back to the beginning and repeat its actions. That was flawlessly timed. Now, how creative is our flexible genius feeling today?
Yeah, it's like a first-person puzzle platformer, but like, you know, like Braid, maybe. Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, cloney. Yeah, it looks super cool.
Is this me?
I had no idea you had such a penchant for theatrics.
Farewell.
Iteration. Run free now, brother! Your timing is off every single time we try this shit. Me. Dead.
Deceased iterations of yourself. One step at a time. And Bale, we'll find her. Whatever it takes.
Damn right we will.
How do you choose what games to vote for on Indie Saturday? They are all suggested by the audience, by chat, in my Discord. I have a Discord channel, Indie Game Suggestions. And from the last Saturday to this one, I go through every single one of them. I open a window and I look at them, and then I pick 8 that I think will be good, or I'll enjoy, or the chat will enjoy. And then I make that list, and then you guys vote.
What the hell happened?
And that's how it goes.
What's going on?
I don't pick games anymore. I used to pick, like, I used to go through Steam, but I just let you guys do it, and you guys do a fantastic job. Like, I had to go through probably 30 games, give or take, yesterday. Like, after stream on Friday, I look at your suggestions and see what you guys have suggested since last week, and I go through every single one of them. There's way too many games to look for by yourself. That's Cyrene. You're preaching to the choir. That's what I used to do years ago. But now I got people that love doing it, love hunting down indie games and suggesting them. Lots of people. So it's been fucking great. And I appreciate you. Anybody who suggests games, I appreciate it. Thank you. He got lazy. Sure. Okay. I'll take that, Robo Blake. You go fuck yourself. All right. Let's see. That was Causal Loop. Next one is Rumbrel. Oh, this is like a Limbo Inside kind of a thing. Rumbrel is a dark puzzle platformer set in a seemingly forgotten world. Find your way in this desolated place while trying to recover your memories and find out who you really are. This one came out 3 days ago, developed by OC Innovations, published by Out of Mana and Dojo System. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $9.74. Let's go. Yeah, so it's one of these like pushy block, stacky block, jumpy block, avoid being seen, I'm guessing, at some point. Yeah, the 2.5D genre. Yeah, like Limbo, Inside, Little Nightmares. Those are the ones I can think of. But yeah, Rumbrel is the name of that one. Next one is your FMV, and this one, guys, is in English, I think. I think it's in original English. And it may look like an adult game, but it's not. One hopes. Real people, real places, real consequences. A live-action interactive story where every decision shapes what comes next and what you lose along the way. Balance a high-stakes internship with real connections. Play on any screen or put on a VR headset and step inside the room. This one came out 2 days ago. No user reviews yet, huh? That's weird for a sexy FMV game. No user reviews. Developed and published by Arcade VR Labs. It is $23.75. It runs in both standard and VR mode. So, standard, we can do standard. All right. You guys ready to take a look?
Rise and shine, slacker.
Lily Parker and JJ, you got Nova Prime VR Inc.
JJ, can you believe it? We're gonna be working in the same company together.
Good morning, you two. I'm Jessica, your CEO. It's so nice to finally meet you in person. I want to welcome you to Nova Prime VR.
No, they might be porn stars, but I don't think this is a porn game.
So, tell me, John, are you this charming with everybody else, or am I getting special treatment?
Hey, listen, we played games with porn stars in them before, like Yakuza games. Yakuza games readily have porn stars in them. But as long as they don't do the porn in the game, we're fine. Because they can do other stuff. Porn stars can do other stuff.
Wow, that was a great workout. So, there's a bar nearby. Do you want to come with me?
I can't resist a girl like you.
Awesome.
Comfort bubbles. Comfort bubbles. Comfort bubbles. Comfort bubbles.
Thank you, Assistly.
This game, yes.
No. This even has stupid 8K DLC. Great.
Hello, sleepyhead.
I don't want it.
Such a great night.
Okay, there it is. Dreams and desires. Let me see. Is there any AI?
Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties.
Yeah, okay.
I want to see your asshole.
Okay. Goody, thank you for the 600 bits. All right. Let's go. What is getting the most votes? Is it? Oh my God. It's not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. Okay. Yeah, no, I looked at the tags: adventure, simulation, dating sim, visual novel, choose your own adventure, immersive sim, multiple endings, VR, cinematic, realistic, choice matter, replay value, FMV, life sim, romance, single player, atmosphere. No adult tags, no nudity tags, no nothing. I checked a lot before posting it as well. You did? Good job, Koi. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, let's buy it. Now, how many gigs do you think it is? I'm going to say... I'm going to say 36 gigs. 36 gigabytes. Let's find out. Oh, 25. 25.6 gigabyte download. Okay. So we'll do that. We'll take this off the list. And we'll leave the other answers up in case you want to keep voting. because it looks like it's, you know, fairly close for the next vote. But after that, we will reset the poll for the people who are still here so they can vote for what they want. Okay. Oh, yeah, and I fired up Esoteric Ebb on my own time. And, man, that game is, it's wordy, but, like, it's really well done. It's cool. It would be a boring-ass stream, though, man. With no voice acting, I would get so exhausted just reading all the lines. Holy fuck. So I'm going to give it a shot off stream and see if I like it. But I like it so far. I'm only 45 minutes in, but yeah. Oh, I guess we...
Rise and shine, slacker.
Is that the only one? Yeah, see, I looked at all the images. They're just in workout gear. No nudity, as far as I can see. Just really suggestive. It's fine, though. That's fine. All right. Dreams. Oops. Dreams and desires. There it is. Boom. The nudity is DLC. Yeah, you get free 8K DLC, which I'm not gonna fuck with that. I did that once and no thank you. It wasn't worth it. Okay. Let's get that title up there. Okay, dreams and desires at the top left. You want some more farts? Farts you will have. Oh shit. I gotta unmute the alerts. Do you have pee-pee for my butthole?
Enjoy your free 3-day vacation.
Yeah, shut up. Thank you, JLC, for the 500 bits. Graham, thank you for the 50 months. Oh, I didn't say go. Where are you going? Don't go. I have a feeling it's going to be bad. Oh, it's going to be bad. I don't know if there's any way that this could be well done, engaging on more than a surface level. Like, we're not talking about Her Story or what was the one that I fucking loved by the same people who did Her Story? It was like Immortality. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Immortality. It's not going to be any of those. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be what you think it is, but we should have fun for an hour. Oh, 3-day vacation. If you accidentally quote unquote show like inappropriate material on your stream, Twitch will give you a 3-day suspension. I've had one in the past. How many years ago? That was years ago though. That was a while ago. All right, almost there. Okay. Let's do this. Dreams and desires. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do the thing I always do at the beginning, even though we just read it. We're going to read it again, just so Scott cuts these into sections in case this gets to the VODs. All right, dreams and desires. Real people, real places, real consequences. A live action interactive story where every decision shapes what comes next and what you lose along the way. Balance a high stakes internship with real connections. Play on any screen or put on a VR headset and step inside the room. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Arcade VR Labs. It is $23.75. Have I made that back yet today? Let's see, 5, 10. I have made exactly $23. So I've almost paid for this game from tips already today. So thank you. I'm still 75 cents shy, but that's okay. Oh, yes. Okay, play. What are my options? Okay.
many Oreos can you
Looks
eat
good.
in one sitting?
Free HD video pack, 8K. Facist with the 47. Thank you, Facist. All right, here we go. New game. Let's go. Lo-Fi beats the Jerk 2. Yorkin, 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 Yorkin. Oh, wait. Hold on. 13 seconds. We don't want people on ad break to miss any of this. Ad break ends in 10 seconds. All right. And ad break over. Let's go. All right, here we go. Well, get your special socks out, nerds. We're playing Dreams and Desires.
Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
Yorkin, 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 Yorkin.
Oh, this is VR. Okay, this is it. Okay, I see.
Rise and shine, slacker. You know it's internship day, right? Did you forget? Gosh, I wish I could sleep like you. I was so nervous I got here like an hour and a half early.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. My turn to decide. Okay. I love how it creeps in your view. It's like, hey, you have a question to answer. Hey, you have a question to answer. Answer the question now. Answer now. Okay. All right. Oh, and it's fucking up and down. It's airplane controls. I hate it. Thanks for waking me up. I don't know what I'd do without you. Morning, Lily. You love being my personal alarm, huh? Of course I didn't forget. I'll see you soon, Lily.
Hey, of course I didn't forget. I'll see you soon, Lily.
Good. Just don't be late. You know, you really shouldn't take this so lightly. This internship could be a big deal for our future careers.
Yes, no, it's supposed to be in VR. Yep. All right. You're right. I really appreciate you looking out for me, Lily. Relax. I got this. Yeah, I appreciate you looking out for me.
You're right. I really appreciate you looking out for me, Lily.
Of course. That's what friends are for, aren't they? No, get going. By the way, do you have any idea where you want to intern? I've been thinking about a couple places already.
Okay. Set my sights on a big name company, aiming high as always. Maybe we can brainstorm together.
Not sure yet. Maybe we can brainstorm together.
No, I can't click on anything on the phone.
Gosh, you had so much time that, as always, you leave everything to the last minute. Anyway, I've got to finish getting ready.
Man, those teeth. Look at those chiclets she's got in her mouth. Holy shit. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Thanks again, Lily. I'm on it. See you in a bit, or you'll miss me if I'm not there soon, won't you?
You'll miss me if I'm not there soon, won't you?
In your dreams. Just hurry up, okay?
Looks like there's a new email. I should take a look.
Oh, I should look at my bed.
Officially the headquarters of all naps and last-minute procrastination.
Oh, no sexual innuendo about my bed, huh? Okay.
Cool stuff. Every time I put this on, it blows my mind.
Blows something.
Not a bad view to start the day with. I've filled so many notebooks, I've lost count. My wardrobe? Simple. Just like my life right now. I put this on and instantly upgrade from meh to maybe.
Okay.
Finally, the feeling of success. Nice.
Oh, man. I was worried about this game being, like, too sexual. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's abstract, which means I can say I understand it without lying.
Okay. Oh, check email. Just a reminder. Oh, this is from Mom. Just a reminder, we're away until Friday. Please make sure you finish everything you promised before you leave the house. The keys to your car are at your father's house. You get the door code once you've completed the list below. Clean the fireplace, clean the fire pit, start a load of laundry. Okay.
Looks like they want me to play a little code finding game.
Can I respond? No? Okay.
Looks like they want me to play a
Little code finding game. Check the news. Big changes at Elevate Gym. The fitness center has just expanded with new equipment, upgraded workout zones, and more space to train and unwind. We're also welcoming a new manager, Kate, who's ready to help you find the perfect routine or just a good excuse to stretch longer. Update. The bar. Your favorite bar just got even better. It now opens early in the morning and stays lively until late at night, serving coffee, cocktails, and everything in between. Here's the best part. Our resident DJ is now spinning every evening, so expect great music, dancing, and the perfect nightlife vibe. Oh my God. How to play? Oh, every room, location, environment. Okay, this is actually how to play this game. Okay. Some reveal clues, some change the mood, some can be given to characters when they need them. The right item at the right moment can change everything. In this world, everything is interactive and every object is an opportunity. Okay. Oh. Shape your story with every line. Flirt, charm, or challenge, take risk. Each response shifts how characters react. Yeah, I know how to play a fucking visual novel game. Your words aren't just dialogue, they're your strategy. As you play, every smart move, bold choice, and story outcome gives you unique achievements that reflect how you shaped your journey. Complete challenges, uncover hidden interactions, and keep milestones to build your collection. Progress unlocks multiple endings, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I know how this works. Thank you. How's the weather? Good. Wonderful. Great.
Solid, shiny, and completely useless in a real heist. Perfect.
A gold bar? Okay. Sure. Let's get out of here, I guess. Art?
Ah, the masterpiece my mom picked. Bold choice, very bold. Framed dreams, manufactured sunsets, my childhood in one image. Mom said it's minimalist. Pretty sure it's the opposite. Mom's favorite flower. Bright and loud, just like her. That should open my parents' room.
Oh. Did you say it? I'm gonna sit down right on the couch. That is a comfy coach. Where did you get that, IKEA?
Parents on vacation? Cool. Would have been cooler to know. It's weird. The more perfect it looks, the more unreal it feels.
Yo, the cough. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for checking your Prime sub and giving it to me. I appreciate you.
Hail, Berserker.
Thank you so much. I mean, it seems like California, right? He's got a Hollywood sign poster up on the wall.
I used to jump on this bed. Now I just try to avoid eye contact with it. Mom says it's relaxing. Dad says it's educational. It's mostly background noise for both. Never been in there. And I'm keeping it that way.
Oh my God. Yeah, totally. You don't want to do that. Okay. View. Yeah, mute menu audio. That's great. UI sound effects. Is that this? Yes. Oh God. Yes. Okay. That sound is fucking, that was annoying.
Good. That's one part of the code.
Oh, clean the fireplace.
Zekidis.
What was that, 4-5? All right. And then I gotta do laundry. Oh, okay.
Once I finish everything, I'll have full access. It's basically a living room with commitment issues.
Jesus. All right, what was the other thing I had to do?
They say
Oops.
They say reflections tell the truth.
Oh, the fire pit.
Guess
right.
mine's still figuring it out.
Gotta clean the fire
Parents
pit.
are out. Pool's free.
Shut up.
Sounds like Destiny wants a party.
Okay. Wow, goddamn. My parents, if this is in Los Angeles, holy shit, my folks must be pretty wealthy.
This looks like part of the code.
Okay, so we got 4-5-1. And the last thing to do was the laundry.
They've been staring at each other for years. My teacher said practice makes perfect. She lied. Better finish these chores quickly, or I'll be late for college.
4510.
That should be the last number of the door code. Now, I can unlock my dad's office. I need to hurry and get the car keys.
Um, 045. I'm trying. Oh. There it is. 0451. Of course it is. So you close out. No, I tried the keyboard. No, you close out to get access.
Just what I needed.
Just a weird choice. To put the keypad in front of you and not have the buttons be pressable. Dad's car. Let's go.
To head to college.
Let's go to college, baby. Boom. Oh, I go to Stanford?
JJ, you got here in just the nick of time. Are you excited to find out about our internships? She's coming.
Oh my gosh, you're so attentive today. I normally have to fight you a little bit to pay attention.
Oh, she's Australian.
This weekend?
Or New Zealand-ish.
Did we
New Zealand-ish?
Who actually slept? No? Seriously, I want to go. I mean, that's exciting.
No.
It's not that exciting. You should be able to sleep
Oh, sorry.
at night. I'm nervous. Yeah, that's fair enough, though. It is a big day, right? You find out where you're heading for your internships. And this is something that you've been working for a year now. So I put a lot of love into trying to organize places that you would like. I hope that you are happy.
No, like calling someone from New Zealand a Kiwi is like calling someone from Australia an Aussie, but like, what is the actual term? Australian?
We don't all get the perfect jobs that we
An
want.
American?
Okay. Well, with no further ado, let's see where you're all heading, hey? All right. Will Smith, you'll be at Tech Dynamics.
New Zealander. There we go.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Well then, I'm glad I got it for you. Sarah Johnson, you'll be assigned to Green Innovations.
Or cunt. You know, that sounds
I'm
right.
sure you'll do really great there. Michael Brown, you're going to Nova Solutions.
Oh, right. I can look around. Oh, I can't look around. Oh, I ran into this problem when doing VR porn. I mean, VR research.
Daniel Harris, Pinnacle Computing. Yeah? Ella Lewis, FutureWorks. Come on, it's fine. You'll have a great time there. They're doing a lot of really innovative stuff. You're going to learn so much from them. JJ and Lily Parker.
Parker.
You're both going to Nova Prime VR Inc.
Nova Prime?
Finally, at least there's one happy face in this room. Congratulations to all of you. So, I want to wish you the best of luck with your internships. These are excellent opportunities to gain really valuable experience and to build important connections that will help you get hired afterwards. Okay, so make the most of it. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to talk.
No, it does seem like a porn studio, but was like, can we make a video game as well?
I'm gonna be working at the same company. Can you believe it? This is amazing.
Let's do both. That's a great idea. Great use of the equipment and time and stuff. It's like, let's make a video game and a porno. All right, awesome. We'll make a great team. Looks like you were stuck with me. Unexpected, huh? Let's make the most of this opportunity. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll make a great team.
That's awesome. We'll make a great team.
I'm so glad. This is gonna be fun. Hey, so...
She has a voice kind of like Megan Mullally.
Do you maybe want to go to a bar later? We could talk about our internship plans, our next steps, maybe even prep a little bit so we don't walk in completely clueless.
So this chick has a sex dungeon? Are we all in agreement on that? Like, this chick has, like, she's into, like, blood play and, you know, like, some like, weird BDSM shit. All right. Sure, why not? That sounds great.
Sure, why not? That sounds great.
Perfect. Let's go.
I'm not shaming, by the way. I'm just saying, like, she seems like the type to have a really dark side sexually. Or adventurous, we'll say. Not dark, maybe adventurous.
Internship kickoff is
nicer.
coming up in like 12 hours, right? It's exciting, but
Totally
I'm
exciting.
also a little bit nervous.
Oh, sorry. I'm so
Do
sorry.
you feel it too?
Oh, I feel it too. Let's see. Please, I can do this in my sleep. It's a big deal. Yeah.
I'm a bit nervous, but mostly excited. It's such a great opportunity.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but I can't wait to get myself into some hands-on experience.
Look at the crazy straws they gave her, dude.
I'm kind of thinking going into project management. You know, like real leadership stuff. I don't just want to sit at the computer writing emails, pretending to be busy. How about you?
Let's see. Yeah, there you go.
That's a great goal, Lily. I'm still figuring that out. Maybe we can help each other out.
Alrighty. Well, it sounds like a team. I'm in.
You're in?
You know, it's good to have someone reliable by my side.
Wow, those are huge. Are you noticing how big those are? Those glasses she's wearing? Huge.
This whole internship thing, people watching, pressure.
Feetsies!
It's a little bit scary.
Feetsies, guys, I got you, Feetsies lovers.
I'm worried that I'm gonna mess everything up. Do you ever get those kinds of thoughts?
Oh, they turn you back. They're like, stop thinking, start drinking. I didn't notice that sign. Okay. Do you ever think that like that? Yes. There you go. You'll do great.
Fear is just a sign that you care. You'll do great. Just don't forget to breathe.
I guess you're right. I will try to remember that I might need reminders. Okay. Real talk. Final question, okay? think that our friendship can survive a little bit of friendly competition?
Can our friendship survive friendly competition? I don't know. If it's a competition to see who comes first, I guess you're gonna lose. That's what you're gonna. If that's the competition we're talking about.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
That's right. Because I tell you what, I'm pretty fast at. Pretty fast. Pretty fast. Okay. Koi, since you're the resident FMV lover that we all know, can you possibly, for some indie day in the future, find me a game where this is like role reversal? Where I play the woman and it's all a bunch of like hot dudes vying for my affection. Because I want to play that game. It seems like there's only this game out there, or this kind of game. But I would love to see the other one. The shoes on the other foot kind of a game. All right. Depends on what if the prize. Oh, depends on what if the prize is you, I think. What? Sure.
Depends. What if the prize is you?
John, no, don't be gross. You know what? Let's just keep things professional, please.
Okay. No, she's going out of my vision. That's all right. Hey, one down. We got more people to talk to. Let's look at the stranger.
Every bar has one guy trying to find Wi-Fi instead of eye contact.
Oh, the DJ.
Not sure what he's spinning, but my soul's definitely buffering.
My soul is buffering.
I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that.
I don't have time to look in the mirror.
Man, this place is glowing like it's trying to seduce me. And honestly, it's working.
Oh, digital heartbeat. That might be one. Okay, I'll open that. I'll look at that in a minute, Gileth.
Bartender station. I've always wanted to mix a few drinks and bad decisions.
Bad decisions.
Cool stuff.
Okay, I think we've stalled long enough. Let's see what the bartender has to say.
Oh, hi. Could I get you started with something, or do you just like to stare for fun?
Yeah, what a weird looking outfit, and it doesn't even fit. Like, that is a size or two too big for her. Okay, starting an internship soon, everyone calls it a great opportunity. Honestly, more curious than thirsty. Do you enjoy this job? I've heard bartenders have the best memory. Okay, let's see. There you go. Let's do that one.
I've heard bartenders have the best memory. You remember every drink order, right? So, then what's the drink I ordered last time I was here?
This is your first time here. Maybe try something new tonight. Start with some honesty.
Oh, we fucked it again. No. No. Let's try again. Come on, Stacy. Oh, her name is Stacy. We learned her name is Stacy, I guess, somehow.
Oh, you again. You know, if you're not gonna order anything, I really have to get back to work. It's a lot to do before tonight.
I'm gonna order something though. No, Stacy.
I don't want to bother anyone here. I think it's a perfect time to go.
Fuck. All right, I guess I don't want to bother anyone.
Lounge zone? Looks comfy. I'll stop by later.
Totally comfy.
Ooh, time to get moving. Off to the gym.
Oh, gym. Let's go to the gym. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about, ladies. Ooh, yeah, one for the ladies. Oh, there's a mysterious woman.
Her form's so perfect. It makes me question my entire workout plan.
No, I want to talk to the tatted one. No, I don't. Mysterious woman is fine, but I want to talk to the tatted one.
Haven't seen her before.
Oh, is she not lifting any weight?
Bro's lifting like someone's filming. They're not.
It's called having good form, dude. Yo, you can see the camera guy in the mirror? Oh, you totally can. Look, there it is. The camera's set up right there. Oh, she's lifting weight. She's got just a little bit of weight. Wait, the door says... Does that say pissing? I see recovery. Wait, maybe posing? Fisting. No. Free weight area. Okay. Let's go talk to mysterious woman, I guess. I want to talk to stranger, but I guess we'll talk to mysterious woman. Oh, are we not talking to her? We just come over and stand here like a creep?
Hey, you need something?
Oh, there we go.
Just
Okay.
watching?
There we go. Just looking. No problem. Okay. Just window shopping. Yeah, no big deal.
Let's see if we can tongue my asshole. Let's see if we can tongue my asshole.
There you go. All right, let's see. I couldn't help but notice you're pushing yourself hard. Hi, I'm John. Do you come here often? Do you mind if I work down nearby? Okay. So in clockwise order, 1, 2, 3, or 4. None of them are great. All right, I'm gonna go with you, Cyrene. You seem to have your finger on the pulse. Cyrene has said 3, so we'll do 3. Would you mind if I worked out nearby?
Hi, I'm John. You look really strong. I mean, not in a bad way. Would you mind if I worked out nearby?
Hi, I'm Jessica, and sure, just let's not make it weird, okay? If you faint, I'm not carrying you out of here, though. So, I mean, I'm clearly here to get a good workout in. What brings you here? Besides clearly trying to impress someone.
So, I'm sorry, what? What? Wait, no! Stupid vision! God damn, I was in a hockey accident. I took a puck to the side of the head. I can't, my peripheral is bad. Which is the plot to the movie, oh God, what was that movie? The Straight Edge or something? It was where a hockey player becomes a figure skater? Cutting Edge, there it was, Cutting Edge, thank you. Okay, just looking to get a solid workout, maybe meet someone interesting. I'm trying to get in a good routine, or a good workout routine. I've got some big goals and I'm committed to reaching them. Yep, there you go. Trying to get in a good workout routine. Maybe you can help me?
I'm trying to get into a good workout routine.
Toe pick!
Well, it's a solid choice. If you work hard, you'll get good results. Unless you're one of those new year, new me types. Oh, 1 second. Work drama again. Just let me take this. Hello? Yes, this is Jessica.
Yes, I do tow stuff.
No, it's Nova Prime VR Inc. Right. The entrance is on the left side. It's right next to the loading dock. If you hit the buzzer, someone will let you in. Right. Okay. Good. Got it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry about that.
Sorry about
Delivery
that.
mix-up at
Me
work.
too. I'm not
Anyway,
sorry about anything.
where
I
were
wasn't
we?
doing anything. Who's sorry? No one's sorry here. What are we talking about? You know what? I just got assigned an internship at Nova Prime. Bro? Or
Actually, I
sis?
just got assigned an internship at Nova Prime VR. Looks like we might be working together.
Huh. Oh, so you're the one starting the internship. It's John, right? It's so nice to meet you. Well, I certainly
glad-
hope you're as
I'm so glad he put out his hand. Because I was like, uh-oh. And my finger is right on the stop streaming button.
sharp there as you have been here working out, all right? And speaking of working, I'm gonna finish my sets. I will let you finish yours, and I guess we'll talk at the office. Oh, and make sure you're not late. I will be watching, all right?
Goodness gravy.
She's stretching like she's got all the time in the world.
Holy bajoli. If I were 20 years, 25 years younger, 30 years young, no, not 30, not 30. 25 years younger. All right, let's see what's happening in the cardio. Oh my God, yes.
Nobody ever smiles on these. Ever.
Nobody ever smiles while they're working out, dude.
Maybe people figured riding outside's more fun.
Oh, because it's empty?
Yikes. Yikes. Always here, always ready to save sweaty situations.
Okay, well, I guess that's it. I just wanted to look inside here. There's nothing to do, but... Okay, I went to cardio. Let's go to free weights. Is anybody in here? Not a single fucking person. Oh, hey, there is a person. There we go. There's a mysterious woman.
This isn't just equipment. It's a test of how badly you regret pizza night. With weather like this, who needs a stationary bike? It's the gym's version of a lie detector. It knows when you're weak.
This gym is like a fucking warehouse. Why is there so much empty space? Yeah, you don't put cardio machines in a small enclosed room with no windows. Yeah, no shit, right? The layout of this gym is fucked up. Oh, this is where they shoot the other movie they're making. Okay. Now that makes more sense. Yep, okay. All right, mysterious woman. How do you approach her? Okay, how do we approach her? Are you the gym manager? Because you just took control of my heart rate zone. First time here and you look like someone who knows this place inside and out. Trying to figure out who's in charge, and I'm guessing that's you. Two? Okay, two it is. Let's just watch for a bit. Oh my good lord. Oh my god. I just love that, like, before we talk.
I'm John. First time here.
Hi, I'm John.
You look like you know this place inside and out.
Hey, John. I do okay. Stick around and you might pick up a thing or two. So, what's your idea?
Said no woman ever.
Sticking to the rules or bending them?
What's your idea of fun? Sticking to the rules or bending them? Well, bending them, obviously. Rules are just suggestions, right? Little of both, balance is key. Oh, tough one. Yeah, let's go. Let's a little bit of both.
A little of both. Balance is key, right?
Smart answer. Let's see if you're just as good at keeping up.
Jesus Christ.
So,
How is this not a porno?
what's your idea of adventure? Playing it safe or going all in?
All in. Life's too short to play it safe. Depends. Does all in include impressing you? Let's not be too desperate, I guess.
All in. Life's too short to play it safe.
Good answer.
Hey, we're nailing this!
I like someone who knows how to take a risk. You know what, John? Life is too short for boring conversations. So tell me, what do you really want?
Wait. Guessing the game doesn't have any subtitles? You asking that question, Terrain, makes me think you don't know what this game is for. Wait, there's dialogue in this? People are speaking? But no, good point though. There should be. I don't think there is though. UI settings maybe? Nope. Controls. Audio, no. No, you're absolutely right. They should have subtitles for sure. Oh, it had her dialogue at the top? Oh, am I just not looking high enough? Oh, it has this. When she asks you a question, it's there. All right, straight to the point. I like that.
Straight to the point. I like that. All right, I'll be honest. I want to get to know you. And maybe if I'm
I want to
lucky,
be on
maybe
you.
Smile a few more times.
You have a
tonight.
fantastic hiney. I want to be friends with it.
Good answer.
Yeah, see? No subtitles.
Let's see if you can keep up. You know, you're fun to chat with, John. It's not every day I meet someone who can keep up with my energy. Think you can keep it up?
Yes. But not without a little help from something about this big that I need a glass of water for. Just to let you know. But yes, the answer, the short answer is yes. It's blue. I'll do my best. Hanging out with you is definitely worth the effort. Honestly, hard to say. You're a lot to keep up with. I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? Think worth the effort? Or you're a lot to keep up with? Or I guess we'll find out, won't we? Yeah, let's do 3. Let's do 3.
I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? But next time, I'm setting the pace.
I'll hold you to that. See you soon, I guess.
If I said you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me? Wait, no, don't leave yet. Jesus fucking Christ. See, this is the difference between American and any other FMV. It's like subtlety, intrigue, allure. You kidding me?
Butts.
That's why, listen, looking at that ass made me proud to be an American, where my porn is gratuity. Sky, thank you for the 124 months. Yoga mats.
That's the thing where peace meets pain.
Let me smell it.
Give me them titties.
Give me them titties.
Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
Awesome.
Give me them titties.
The game
Give
is
me them
officially
titties.
paid
Give me them
for.
titties.
Thank you,
I wanna see
Assistly.
your asshole.
We have officially tipped over the game's cost of $23.75. Thank you to you, Heldon, JLC, Goody, Assistly, Mr. Peril. I have now you have now tipped me enough to pay for this game today, so thank you. Yeah, that's an expensive porno when considering I usually pay $0. It still makes me wonder to this day, like, how does porn make money? Because I haven't paid for porn in like 15 years. Ads. Yeah, ads. Sure. Okay. I forget there's ads at the beginning of most porns that you just skip over in 4 seconds. No, I get how OnlyFans makes money. Trust me. Wink. But like actual like porn. All right, are we out of here? Are we done? Can we talk? Oh God, let me talk to the stranger here. God damn, dude. I should probably leave her alone. I already talked, so let's get out of here.
Whew. Day's done. Time to head home.
Yep, let's go. Let's go slay elsewhere. First time joining, saw sexy gym woman, followed. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for the follow. This isn't what we play all the time, but on Saturdays, you'll probably be able to find one of these.
New day, new me. Or at least that's the plan. It's ready for action.
Woo! Finally, the feeling of success.
Okay,
nice.
So nothing new there.
This laptop knows all my secrets and my search history.
Check the news. Scientists discover 41 desires. Astronomers at the Pacific Sky Observatory have confirmed the detection of a new interstellar visitor passing through our solar system. 41 desires. Unlike its predecessors, 41 desires emits soft pink light patterns that pulse rhythmically. Some researchers claim it almost looks like it's breathing. Excuse me. The best view of Los Angeles. City just unveiled Skyline Ridge Trail, a brand new hiking route offering 360-degree panorama of downtown, the ocean, and if you squint, you're past mistakes. The trail is beginner-friendly, but comes with one warning: the higher you climb, the more likely someone will start a motivational vlog nearby. Fair enough. 80 degrees and sunny. All right. Well, we don't want to be late, so let's head out, I guess. Nope, someone's at the door.
Oh, hey! You must be my new neighbor. I'm Stacy. I also just moved in down the street with a couple of my friends.
Howdy!
Oh, I work at the local bar just down the street, but you know, have we met before? You look really familiar.
Nope. We have not. And how can you afford a house in this part of town with your bartender salary? Oh, you live with someone. Oh, I bet you have other forms of income, I'd imagine. I'm John. You're hard to miss. John, always handling crowd like a pro.
Hey, Stacy. I'm John. Pretty sure I've seen you working at the bar before.
Oh yeah, I'm there most nights, but it's a good gig, even though it gets a little too crazy sometimes. So, what do you do for a living, John?
Boner. I mean, intern. God damn. Why did I say that? I'm starting an internship in tech. Yeah, I'm in tech. It's just starting an internship. How about you?
I'm in tech. Just started an internship. What about you? How's bar
I'm a
life
shampoo
treating you?
taster.
Oh, it's good. It keeps me busy, and the people definitely make it interesting, but you should stop by sometime. I'll make sure that you're entertained.
Wait,
So
you're being such a sweetheart
how
now.
about
You were an asshole at the bar.
You go out much?
Only if you're beyond the bar to keep things. Sometimes I'm more about work, keep things balanced. Not much these days. The bar sounds like a fun spot, though. There you go. That one.
Not much these days. Your bar sounds like a fun spot, though.
Oh, it is. You'd probably like it. Why don't you come by sometime? I'll show you around. It was really nice meeting you, John.
Maybe I could take a gander inside your Silicon Valley. Because you're Silicon Valley. Oh, I fucked up the joke. All right. Credit where it's due. That was a good joke. Slightly 76. Nice work. It was great meeting you, Stacy. I'll swing by the bar sometime. This is the part where I say something unforgettable, right? Let's just go that. Let's go.
It was great meeting you too, Stacy. I'll swing by the bar sometime.
Oh, sounds like a plan. You know, I will save you a seat and maybe I'll even make you your favorite drink. I'll see you around, John.
Don't worry, I'll save you a seat too.
I didn't expect to meet someone like her today. Some things never change.
Okay.
Like this being a sacred no-entry zone.
I mean, I've already looked at all this shit. I guess I just leave then. Let's just go to work.
First day of my internship.
Yeah.
Better not be late.
I'm ready to head out. Let's go. Oh, this is his parents' house. He still lives with his folks. So yeah, not totally his house. Oh, I'm still in VR, by the way. On that part, I could just look where...
Hey, good morning. You guys must be the new interns, right?
Yes, we are.
Cool. Okay. Jessica will be out momentarily. You guys are more than welcome to wait here in reception, but you guys can take these.
Is that skirt too short or just short enough? Good Lord.
John. First day. Can you believe it?
Did she just wrap that around my neck?
I'm so glad that we're finally starting this internship. It feels surreal, doesn't it?
I don't know about you guys, but I still think the best friend is the hot one. Thus far, I mean, save the mysterious stranger that we couldn't talk to in the gym that was stretching. Like, she was the hottest. But of the girls I can talk to, I'm still into her. Okay, let's see how it goes. Yes, it's... Yeah, I've been looking through this for forever.
Yeah, it's exciting. I've been looking forward to this.
Same. And, hey, having someone here that I already know, total bonus.
Total boners.
To be honest,
Bonus. Total
I'm
bonus.
really nervous all morning, but everybody here seems super nice.
Totally.
And with you with me,
Super
I
nice.
feel like I can breathe a little easier.
Super nice. Breathe easier. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question? Oh, there was a question. Oh, okay. Yes. I feel... Wait, no. It's great to have a friend in the same place. No, friend! Friend, no!
Yeah. It's good not to be here totally alone.
Exactly. It's like we already have each other's backs.
Yeah. We already have each other's back shots.
We're gonna be meeting the boss soon. I hope she's as nice as everybody says she is. It's gonna be interesting to see how we fit into the team.
I'm sure it'll be great.
I'm sure they'll be great.
Everything will be fine.
We just have to do our best to show what we can do.
Why are the questions always way up here?
Let's give it our all to give a good first impression.
Wow, she got closer.
So I'm not sure why that shipment hasn't arrived yet, but I was expecting it in my office.
Oh, she's the boss. The one we met at the gym is the boss
Can
lady.
you speak with your supervisor, please? Thank you. I'll get that taken care of. Yes, I'll speak with you later.
In a pleather skirt.
Hello, hi, I'm Jessica. I'm your supervisor. And John. Oh, hello, it's nice to see you again, just outside of the gym.
Wait, there's
this
a plot?
time, apparently. You know, you had mentioned this internship. I just didn't expect to see you in my department this fast.
Good morning. I appreciate the welcome. I'm ready to see what's next.
Well, I'm certainly glad to have you both on board. As I mentioned before, Nova Prime VR's mission is to lead the VR industry with groundbreaking technology that services a wide range of clients.
Hold on.
Now, I'm just going to give you a quick tour of the office, and then we can discuss the details of your tasks privately in my office afterward. Just give me one moment, please.
Okay, sure, you bet. You bet.
So, you already shared with our new boss about your internship while
Yep.
you were at the gym.
Yeah, I did.
It's kind of sneaky, John.
What?
Are you trying to earn brownie points already?
What?
It's not cool.
What? Lily, I would never do that. Sorry, I'm autistic. I can't look you in the eye. Let's see. Sorry, Lily, I didn't mean to first seem that way. Okay, just say you're sorry.
Sorry, Lily. I didn't mean for it to seem that way. I'll be more mindful in the future.
Fine. I'll let it go. Let's just do our best to make a good impression, okay?
Your glasses are almost falling off of your
Are you
face.
both ready? We're going to go on this.
I'm starting to think those glasses are not necessary for your vision.
So as you can see, Nova Prime VR has state-of-the-art technology at each one of its workstations. Our engineers, designers, and developers collaborate seamlessly to bring you unmatched VR experience.
What are you going to do with this section of the office?
By top-tier companies from industries as varied
Oh,
as
it changed.
education, healthcare, and even entertainment. Actually, you know what? This is Chad, one of our senior programmers.
VR
Chad,
microphone.
I'd like you to meet Lily and John. They're our newest interns.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, Chad.
So,
How's
if you need
things?
anyone to compete against, or just race yourself to the coffee machine, I'm your guy.
Chad! It's you! It's Chad! I just realized it's Chad! Oh, I'm sorry. What were you, penis, saying? What were you saying? Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Chad. I really appreciate it.
No problem, man. Just try not to outshine us too much, okay?
Okay, sounds good, Chad.
And this here is Peter. He's one of our junior specialists.
Peter!
Hey, John.
Your name is like penis.
I'm super big into gaming. Maybe we could team up after work sometime.
Can we get out of this room and mic up a different room, please? That sounds awesome, Peter. I'd love to.
That sounds awesome, Peter. I'd love to.
Great. I'll show you some of my favorite games.
Okay.
And this is Anna, our accountant. She's the one who keeps the ship running. Anna, meet John. Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
Sisters? Twins? Clones? What the fuck is happening? Did this turn into a psychological horror without me knowing it?
Yeah.
Let me know if you ever need help with anything. Yeah, nice to meet you, Anna. Oh, no, let me know if you need help. Yeah, go ahead.
Nice to meet you too, Anna. Let me know if you ever need help with anything.
Thanks. I appreciate that. All right, then. Let's continue the tour. And finally, I would like you to meet Gwen, our office manager. Gwen, this is Lily and John, our new interns.
Hello again, guys. Welcome to the team. Hope you guys are ready for some excitement around here.
Oh, they're stepsisters. Ah, I see. That's why there's the resemblance. Wait a minute. You know what? Let's circle back to that. Looking forward to collaborating. Yes, there you go.
Pleasure to meet you too, Gwen. I'm looking forward to collaborating with everyone.
All right. I like the
All
attitude.
right.
Look forward to working with you.
So as you can see, our team is very passionate and talented. So collaboration is at the heart of everything that we do. Now with you two, I'd like to have a quick one-on-one before my morning briefing with the team. So if you could meet me at my office, just one at a time, you can pick which one of you would like to go first. Okay, I will see you shortly.
All right. Just to let you know, we're probably going to play this for about another 30 minutes at least, depending. So get your votes in if you haven't voted yet. Or we can just play this all day. We'll see. I don't know. Let's talk to the plant. How about the fire alarm? Let's talk to that. No. Okay. Okay, Gwen. Are you gonna stand up, Gwen? Why is she wearing a nightgown?
Yeah, go ahead. Ooh, thank you. Excellent. What you doing? Yeah, same one. Same one. Are you sure? Not flirting with the new
She has a Sandra Bullock mouth, and I'm into it.
Oh, no, I just might. You should. Make sure you get that back. I will. Wow. Isn't it the office's newest distraction? Are you here for work or for trouble?
Sex boner, penis, cunt, fuck. Wow. Can we start over? I'm John. It is nice to meet you. Anyways. Trouble, you wound me, Gwen. I heard there's a company policy against workplace flirting. Why not both? Keeps things interesting, don't you think? Let's do both.
Why not both? Keeps things interesting, don't you think?
I like the way you think, John.
She likes the way I think.
What? Interesting. So, John, are you this charming with everyone, or am I just getting special treatment?
Well, if I said only for you, would you believe me? Am I charming, or are you just impossible to resist? Do I look like someone who wastes charm on just anyone? That's a tough choice. 2? Really? 2 doesn't sound... 2 seems desperate, but all right.
Now that's the real question, Gwen. Am I charming? Or are you just impossible to resist?
Dangerous move, John. Keep it up, and I might have to start expecting more things from you.
That was nice. Thank you for that.
You keep that up, and you might just be my favorite reason to take a break around here.
Take a break. Give me a break. Break me of a piece of that ass in the break room. Okay. Let's see.
Man, I still can't believe I actually got into this VR company.
Let's go into the main area. No!
They make the office feel lighter.
No! Let me talk to you!
They make the office feel lighter.
Damn it! Oh, that's too big. No, it's not. It's just right, I promise. Execute. Hustle. Nice neck tat on this fucking guy wearing a suit. There is no way he owns this suit. This was a prop.
They make the office feel lighter. Nice little corner to relax or have a chat.
Chad's office. Fuck. Be legendary, I'm guessing.
Okay. Landing first, sightseeing later.
Oh, or not? I guess not. Okay. Oh, video games. That's that guy's. Okay.
Yo,
Yeah.
Pete, you ever notice Lily's got that energy about her? Not just smart, man. She's got that vibe, you know? Like, I'd like to lock that down, you know, have a good time with her, see where it goes.
Can we just...
Seriously? Dude, you were just making moves towards Jessica yesterday. Are you trying to keep this professional?
Professional? I'm not trying to marry the girl. I'm just trying to have a good time, see where it goes.
Yeah, totally. I'm trying to bang her and leave her.
Walking a tightrope, man. Things like this, they can get messy fast.
Messy? The only messier is John, okay? He's our competition. I don't need him messing with my plans.
I'm right here, bro.
Just keep it professional. Keep your head down. Let people figure
Keep it
out.
profesh.
Nah. Being nice is boring, man. Stir in the pot, that's what keeps this place alive, man.
Silas, what up? 103 months. Thank you, Silas. Big nasty re-up. Thank you so much. Upstairs.
She looks way too focused to bother right now.
Oh no, come on! Jessica's office? Oh, Anna's office, there we go. Oh no, no, damn it! No! I don't want Anna! I want my friend! Where's my friend with the glasses? Spiral Fly, thank you for 139. Big old nasty re-up as well. The Dorf with 44. Thank you guys, and thank you for checking your Prime there, Dorf.
Hi, Anna. How's it going? Need any help with your task?
Lily, that's her name,
Hi,
Lily.
John. I'm really tied up right now. Can we catch up later?
You bet.
Sure, no problem. I'll come back later.
Thanks for understanding, John. Let's connect later, okay?
Okay. Oh, cafeteria. Is Lily in there? No, we got
fruit for health, donuts for happiness, perfect system.
Okay. That's Peter's office. Where's Lily? There are so many hot girls I can't even talk to in this game. I tried upstairs. There's Jessica. There's coworker. Anna. No Lily. Maybe she's in Jessica's office. Okay, let's try
Just
Jessica.
now? This is not my best timing.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't go there. Peter's office.
Explore later. Landing comes first.
Okay.
Okay. Landing first, sightseeing later.
Oh, my desk. There's my desk. Okay, okay. So I sit at my desk. Okay. That's how we continue. Okay. I guess I'll put on a VR headset because that's my job.
Today, Nova Prime VR is growing faster than ever, building products that merge technology, creativity, and emotion into one seamless experience. We are shaping the next generation of entertainment, education, and human connection, one world at a time. The future is closer than you think, and at Nova Prime VR, we're already living in it.
There they are. Hey, there's everybody.
Talking to the newbies.
Oh, yeah. How are you liking the new gig?
Take a look.
Isn't the new set so cool? Like, it's brand new. Great graphics. Oh, where'd you get your shirt? Oh, it's so nice.
I'm your girl, by the way. Yeah, and if you have any questions about numbers on the accountant around here.
He's trying to focus.
Hey, input overload.
Okay, don't
My
worry.
inputs are overloading. I can't do it. I can't do it. Too much input. Too much input.
It's fine.
Oh my God, too much input. Oh, I'd be terrible at an orgy.
So chill around here.
Yeah. Excuse me. Was there a meeting I wasn't aware of?
Oh, no. We're
John.
What?
My office.
Okay.
Now.
What did I do? I was sitting here doing my job. I was sitting here doing my job, and these ladies came up, all sexy and hot, and
So, John,
bonerific.
I heard something really interesting from Jessica just now. It turns out that only one of us is going to be able to stay within the company.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Well, our friendship is more important than the competition. For sure.
It's just an internship, Lily. Our friendship is more important than this competition.
Do you really mean that?
I do if it takes your panties off. I mean, yes.
Thanks, John.
I do mean that. Thank you, Humboldt, for the 74 months.
I really needed to hear that from you. Oh, And one more thing, John.
Okay.
I know.
Can I zoom in?
that
I can't zoom
you
in.
spoke about your internship with Jessica while you guys were at the gym. But now I have to know.
What?
Was that you trying to get ahead of the game?
No! I just wanted to make a good impression.
I wasn't trying to outplay anyone, Lily. I just wanted to make a good impression.
And she was
That's
a
all.
stranger. I didn't even know who she
So
was.
there was a game, and you decided to play it alone.
Wait, no! Lily!
I just...
You know what? Fuck you. I'm going for the secretary.
I thought that we were on the same team.
Yeah, whatever. Can I get up now?
Yeah, definitely not the time to talk.
Okay. How about you?
They make the office feel like...
No! Let me just stare at you for a full 30 seconds.
You need a printer. I have one. Catch me later.
That was the sexiest way I've ever heard that put in my life. Holy God. I feel like I just got laid talking about a printer.
She looks way too focused to bother right now.
Well, I'll bother someone else, I guess.
John.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm here too.
You already made an impression back at the gym.
Holy tats.
And mentioning your internship early, that was a smart move.
I'm a smart
It
guy.
shows initiative.
I'm initiative.
Now I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
You're
Please
my
don't.
favorite right now.
Okay,
But you
good.
will still need to prove yourself.
Okay. You know what? I bet I can guess how you worked your way through college. Anyways, let's see. Appreciate the vote of confidence. I'll make sure to keep it up. Thanks, Jessica. That means a lot. I won't let you down. Yeah.
I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'll make sure to keep it up.
That's what I want to hear. You will find your tasks waiting at your desk. Now, John, just to be clear,
Okay.
we don't have space for 2 interns here. The one who proves himself stays. The other doesn't.
Oh, my turn to talk? Okay. Yeah, I'll give it my all.
I totally get it. I'll give it
I
my all
totally
to be the
get
one
it.
who earns the spot.
That's what I want to hear. Well, that's all for now. Okay, why don't you head back to your desk and get started on today's tasks. I will be keeping a close eye on your progress.
Understood. I'll get started right away.
Right, get to work.
Okay, what do I do here exactly?
Okay, enough wandering.
Okay.
Back to work.
All right, I guess I gotta go to work.
They make the
Damn it,
office
no,
feel
I
like-
want to talk to her.
Okay, focus.
Nope.
Finish landing.
Can't go into Chad's
then
office.
Explore.
Damn it. I guess I'll go to work. I'm gonna eat it.
Welcome to the new employee
Is this how I do
orientation
this?
system. In the next few minutes, you'll go through an introductory onboarding course, an introduction to our internal structure, policies, and key procedures. Over the following days, you'll receive a test assignment. The results will help us determine whether you're ready to join our team. For now, please focus on completing the introductory course. Once you're done, you'll need to confirm your agreement with the terms, sign the necessary documents, print them out, and collect the finalized papers from the reception desk.
Printer!
After that, submit all documents to the accounting department to finalize your registration.
Sign and print agreements. Now I go back to the the secretary. Oh, man. I thought she was going to pick that up a different way.
I suppose these are yours, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. You look pretty invested in them. Maybe a little extra incentive. I'm more interested in who's holding them in the documents than documents themselves. Depends. If there's anything scandalous in there, maybe I'll deny it. All right, what do we think? How do we get laid? What's the best answer to get us the best way to get laid? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thinking 4 or 3? A lot of okay. I'm gonna go with. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Yeah, let's go 3.
Would it be bad if I said I was more interested in who's holding them than the documents themselves?
Oh, flirting on company time, John? I might have to file a complaint. Or keep it in between us.
She is not wearing a bra.
Try not to miss me too much while you're off doing whatever it is you actually do around here.
I've got to take these documents over.
Where? What? Documents? Was there a talk of documents that I missed? Oh, there's another gold bar. Look at that. The gold bar made another appearance. Okay, hold on. I've got to take these documents over to where? Accounting. Okay. I honestly was not paying attention. Who's accounting? Is it Anna is accounting?
Hey, Anna, I've got these documents for you.
Yes. Okay,
Here you
we're
go.
good.
Oh, thanks, John.
She's taking pictures for the gram. Okay. By the way, you look nice today, Anna. No. Yep. There you go.
No problem, Anna. Let me know if you need anything else.
Will do. Thanks again.
I like that her nose is shaped like an arrow pointing down. I was seriously waiting for her to go like,
hello.
help me, there's a
Looks like you
paper
survived your
jam.
First day at work. It's time to wrap it up, Golden
Help
Boy.
me, step bro, there's a
5
paper
p.m.
jam. All right. Let's see. Finally.
Finally. Time to relax.
All right, well, you have a lovely evening, and don't forget to think about me.
Okay. Oh, she's gone. Oh, I can go to Chad's office now. What up, Chad? Fuck
Yo,
average.
John.
Be legendary.
Yeah, go home before you become part of the furniture.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Chad. I'll pack up and head out.
Good. Don't burn yourself out. I need someone to race the coffee machine in the morning.
Fucking anchor tattoo on this guy. What is this thing? What is this dangling ball on the back of his chair? Oh my God, it's his anal beads. Oh, his anal beads and one fell out. Oh shit. I'm just gonna stare at you from the doorway. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, hey John. It's 5 p.m. It's time to call it a day and head home.
Okay, I'm gonna head home now. Thanks, Peter. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.
Thanks, Peter. I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good one, John. Maybe we can game together sometime.
Maybe we can, you backstabbing fucker. Who's in the playroom? Oh, TV.
Cool feature. If anyone actually had free time.
Work, oh my God. Keep smiling, stay humble, dream big, be positive, work hard, be kind. And then there's this.
Not sure if it's art or a warning.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a logo? That's literally the Perv City logo. Really? You're probably not going to believe me, but I did not know that. Plastic Lizard with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
Hail Berserker.
Appreciate you.
Work hard, play harder, right?
Right.
Looks like the perfect spot for a quick recharge. Or maybe one's a manual on surviving Mondays. Work hard. Maybe one's a manual on surviving Mondays. Looks like the perfect spot for a quick recharge.
So you can just double up the dialogue. Okay. I suppose let's get out of here. Let's head home for the day.
Finally done with work. Ugh, gym time.
Fuck yeah, gym time. Boom, 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 boom. Gym time. Boom, 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 boom. All right, where's Stretchy Gal? Oh, she's not here, Tats. Oh, yeah, she is. That's Kate. But is that mysterious woman that we saw here before? It is! Yes, we do get to talk to her! Hooray!
Can I help you?
Oh,
Obviously, I'm working out. Can you go away?
those lips are unfortunate.
Hey.
Hi.
You need some help?
I do.
You look a little lost.
I do have one question. Are those really fake or just kind of fake? Just kidding. Just joking with you. There you go.
Not lost, just checking out the setup and who's in charge.
Bold. Well,
Bold?
You found the manager. Let's see if you're as good at solving puzzles.
Oh, puzzles?
Well, you can find 3 notes lying somewhere around this gym. Part of what I like to call the confidence circuit. Each one has a tip and a part of me. Find them, and maybe I'll let you in on a little something extra. I'll be here just in case.
Okay. Okay. So I got to find 3 notes hidden around the gym.
Rest day? Nah, she's on text day.
Storage
Another
rack.
clue from Kate. Of course, it's hidden near the weights.
Throw the first punch. Be the one to move first. Okay.
Whoa, one of Kate's notes. She's really turning the gym into a puzzle now.
Strong glutes, strong boundaries. Break one and see what happens. How do you break your glutes? Oh. 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 Mustache. Mustache. Not the exit. I gotta find one more there. Oh, already found that one. I think it's gotta be in here, right? Yeah, it gotta be something I missed. Oh, there we go, the bench.
One of Kate's notes. Bet she enjoyed hiding these more than writing them.
To chase something or someone worth it. Okay.
So, did my notes make you work up a sweat or just curiosity?
You talk like a trainer and flirt like a poet. Oh my god. Oh my god. There you go.
Honestly, I kind of like the way you think.
That's the right way to start earning trust. Okay, gym detective. Let's see what you've picked up.
Okay.
Those notes, they're pieces of me. So, tell me, what do I believe about how to start things in life?
There you go. Throw the first punch. Be the one to move first.
Throw the first punch. Be the one to move first.
Yeah.
Yeah, punch first, ask later. That's the way I live and train. All right, question 2. What's the point of running?
The point of running? Chase something or someone worth it. Boom.
To chase something or someone worth it.
Exactly. Purpose over motion. I don't just run, I hunt.
Round.
All right, last
Round.
one, and this one matters.
Okay.
What happens when someone crosses my line?
You break your ass. Oh, what is it? You'll see what happens? Okay.
You'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Damn right. Break the line, take the hit.
What happens if I break your ass, though?
So I got something for you. It's called Electric Eden. Just check your phone for it later. My friend Stacy, the bartender.
We might have to go overtime for Electric Eden.
She taught me the recipe.
Oh, it's a drink.
If
Oh,
you
never
ever
mind.
swing by there, maybe I'll join you if I'm free. But don't get used to it yet. Listen, since you're here, I need to update the pictures on my profile, and I was wondering if you could give me a hand.
A handy? Yes. I'm very good at taking pictures.
Sure. I'm very good at taking pictures.
Awesome. Well, here, take my phone.
All right, my mouse is on the stop streaming button just in case.
You call the shots, I'll strike the poses. Snap when it feels right. Let's do it.
Okay. Do the cow cat. What the fuck? I gotta know what a cow cat is.
Cow cat?
Cow cat. All right, let's do it.
Snap pictures? Snap?
Actually, I've got something better.
Am I taking pictures or what are we doing here? Take pictures! Take the picture! Snap the picture! Did I forget there was a phone?
So, what's next?
I didn't take any pictures. All right, what do you guys want? I mean, I could just finish it now. I mean, it's me. I could just be finished. That's fine. Time for some handstands? All right, handstands it is. Let's do it.
Handstands.
A handstand? Oh, I don't know. I'll give it a try though. Oh, this should be good.
That should be good. Snap the, Jesus H. Christ. Snap the picture. I'm snapping pictures. I'm snapping into a Slim Jim. I am snapping as hard as I can.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
So, what's next?
Try a hip thrust.
Hip thrust.
Ooh, a hip thrust. All right. Let's do it.
Snapping pictures. I'm snapping them. Snapping the pictures. Snappity snap. Snapping them. Taking mental pictures.
Snap the picture, Zekio.
Twizzle sticks, thank you for the 40 months.
So, what's next?
Okay, now some squats.
Let's do squats.
Classic.
All right, I'll do one of each for all of you. Wait. No, where are you going? My vision. Did I not tell you about my vision injury? Okay, you're coming back. You're back. You're back. It's fine. It's fine. Seems like a good technique to me. I didn't know that you put something under your heels. She seems to know what she's doing. I mean, obviously.
All right, so.
Oh, mirror. Oh, I forgot the mirror. The mirror's right there. Damn it. All right, time for some glute kickbacks.
Love it.
Love it. All right, there we go. We'll get one of her, we'll get her and the mirror in the shot. There you go. There you go. What are we doing? We're helping her take pictures for her profile. Obviously, platonically, in a very friendly friendship kind of manner. You know damn well what this is. All right, let's finish.
Oh, God, that was good.
Phone. Right, she's grabbing the phone.
Oh, wow.
He's covering it up, dude.
Perfect.
Good plan, bro.
Oh,
good plan.
Oh, thanks, John. I'll see you around.
Okay.
Wow. She's all muscle. Mystery. And something else I haven't figured out yet.
Blue curacao, pineapple juice, and rum for that electrical Eden. Can I talk to mysterious woman yet?
I'm obviously in the middle of my set. Can you leave me alone?
All right, Rose McGowan. I will leave you alone, I guess.
I was just trying to be nice. That came out weird.
I was just trying to be nice by staring at you while you were working out. I was just trying to be nice.
Rest day, Nah, she's on text day.
Okay.
Alright, workout is finished.
Let's go. Oh, bar time. Wow, this place is hopping. Jesus, they could not. Wait. If this is filmed in LA, there's no way they couldn't get extras for like a sandwich. Like, we need extras for this bar scene. We will feed you a sandwich. It would be packed to the fucking gills. All right. What's up, Stacy?
Oh. Hey, mystery man. Question for ya. Do you believe in luck, or do you think people make things happen?
That's a good question. And I will say, people make their own breaks. There you go.
People make their own breaks. That's how I got here tonight. On purpose.
Yeah, she was a super sweet neighbor, but kind of an asshole behind the bar.
Love the confidence. Let's see if you're just as intentional with your drink choice.
I am. I will be. I'm gonna get a fucking blue hole. Some people say it's better than an orgasm. It's better than coming.
Hi. Could I please see the Golden Globe?
And I'm gonna do the same.
Alrighty, 2 Golden Globes coming up.
Nope. No. Hey, why don't you ditch the Chad and get with the Brad or John? I guess my name's John. I like that I blink.
Here you are.
Blink.
Enjoy.
Hey, I was here first, guys. She is really banging on that unlit screen.
All right, mystery man. What's the mood tonight? What kind of drink do you want?
Oh, sorry, what? Oh, yes. Let's do something bold and zesty. Why can't I order the drink that she told me to make? Let's see. What was it? It was blue curacao, rum, and something else, like something sweet with a little twist. Let's try that.
Maybe something sweet with a little twist. Gotta keep it interesting.
Huh.
Oh, pineapple juice, yeah.
Sweet with a little twist.
Yeah.
Sounds like a drink with a personality. I like it. Coming right up.
Oh, I don't get to order it? I thought that was like part of the thing. Like, I did the scavenger hunt and I can order specifically, I want a blue dream or whatever the fuck it's called.
This is called the Midnight Mirage. It's super refreshing, bright. Oh, everybody loves it. So, try it and tell me what you think.
Spit it at her. Spit it right in her cleavage. Just.
You want another one? Oh, okay, sweet. Coming right up.
There's your fancy drink. $30, please. Is this a Baja Blast? What is with this waiting shit? Why am I just sitting here waiting for something to happen? Oh. Okay.
So,
Okay.
tell me, what is the wildest thing you've done lately? And don't say order a sparkling water, because I'll have to toss you out.
Okay. That'll do it. That was fun. But I'm ready to move on. Time to move on. We gave it an hour and a half. Not bad. Not bad. We got other games to check out, guys. Listen, if you stick around at the end, maybe if we have some time at the end, we'll go back and Oh my God. All right, 20 more minutes. All right, I feel like a parent. I'm like, okay, 20 more minutes. Gilius, thank you for the 57 months. Because someone was... Someone wanted to be busting. The one answer I read before you closed was, I once walked around during COVID without a mask. Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. The wildest thing you've done lately. I'm not super spontaneous. Maybe tonight's a chance to change that. I once walked around during COVID without a mask. Does that count? Try to juggle 4 different girls at once. Shit. All right. Let's do one.
Honestly, I'm not super spontaneous. Maybe tonight's a chance to change that.
Oh, well, there's a first time for everything. What do you say we make it happen?
Looks complicated.
Oh, so you just...
Saving it anyway.
You get recipes. Oh, okay. So that's part of the game is like the collectibles of recipes? Okay, sure. Blue curacao, lemon raspberry, pineapple juice, and rum. It's not that different from the other drink. It's perfect.
It's perfect. Like you read my mind or something.
Well, mind reading is just part of the job. I'm glad you like it.
I think we're quitting internship and just becoming a bartender, I think.
Sorry about the wait.
We don't need this part. This is not a part we need. There we go.
Alrighty, mystery man.
Yes.
You know, people just think that I'm here to mix drinks, but I honestly just love to make people's day so much brighter. So, what do you say we make a deal?
Yeah.
You keep bringing me these stories and
I'll blow you in the bathroom.
Keep serving up some fun.
Or that. You're going to serve up some fun either way, really.
It's almost closing time. I got to clean up, so.
Wow.
What's next for you? You heading home or you got a couple things you need to handle?
Oh, fuck. This is a trap, dude. This is a trap. What do we do, man? Okay. Let's handle this. I got some things to take care of. But 2 is probably just heading home. Is this when I invite her? Okay.
Probably just heading home.
You want to share a ride? You know, it's so late anyways. It's
Chad, to the rescue! Let's go, Chad!
Sure, sounds good.
By the way, that would never, ever happen with a bartender. Male or female. Well, no, female, probably just female. But yeah, share a ride after the second time meeting? Mm-hmm. Come on now.
Awesome. Well, how about you just hang out here, relax, finish your drink, and I won't be too long.
You're gonna drug me and steal a body part from me. I think that's what's gonna happen. Oh, she is my neighbor though. That is true. She is my neighbor. Maybe that plays into it. God damn. Are we actually finding nuances in this? What are we even doing? Fuck!
Yo, where am I? What the hell happened last night?
Good morning, sleepyhead. Oh, gosh, you have been out like a light all night. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm real good. Good.
Wait, why am I in just my underwear?
Oh, yeah, that. Well, you actually spilled a drink all over yourself and kind of soaked your clothes, so
What? Wait then, but who shit my pants then?
I just helped you get out of them. They're right over there, drying off. But, yeah, no big deal. I've got your back.
Oh, okay. I'll move on.
Oh, where am I?
My couch. But don't worry, you were super well behaved.
I was.
I mean, other than the part where you wouldn't stop talking about the legend of the Golden Glow.
Wait, we talked about The Last Dragon? That movie fucking kicks ass! Oh, that's a drink. Oh, it's a drink. Right.
Well, it's a pretty legendary drink. Guess I got carried away.
Carried away is right, but you were storytelling like a pro. It was honestly really fun to listen to.
Thanks, but I don't even remember half of it. Did I really talk that much?
Well, a little, but you know, it's not every day that someone turns a drink into a saga. Honestly, it was pretty adorable. Anyways, I have to go get ready for work and get dressed, but no rest.
Maybe we can save time and water by taking a shower together. You know, there's a water shortage in California. Maybe if we take a shower together, then we'll be doing. That's good for the environment.
You can take your time getting up. The coffee machine is just right on the counter over there. There's some coffee left over for you, but yeah. Maybe next time I'll be the one to tell the fun stories. All right, see ya. Alrighty, well, I have to rush off to work, but let's hang out
Wait,
soon.
for a
What do you
bartending
say?
shift? Do you work 16-hour shifts or something? Okay. Let's hang out too. What do you say? Yeah, next time you swing by my place.
Next time you can swing by my place, keys are under the doormat. Just don't tell the burglars.
Dangerous offer. You know, I might show up when you least expect it.
I love that idea. That's my favorite thing.
Good. Well, make sure you lock up when you leave, and I'll see you soon, storyteller.
Oh, they're shorts. I mean, oh, they're shorts. It's fun. Okay.
John, hello?
What up, Praxis?
Glad you're alive. I was starting to think that something happened to you.
9-7. Hell yeah, baby. Thank you.
Where are you right now? You know what? Never mind. Do you have any idea what time it is?
Shut the fuck up now.
You're supposed to be at work hours ago.
You got pissed at me for no reason.
Please tell me that you're already up.
Wait, aren't you supposed to be at work? You're not at work. Don't worry, I'll be there soon.
Don't worry, Lily, I'll be there soon.
Okay, John, you know what? I'm going to cover for you. I have no idea where you are right now, but today's a really important day at work. So
Wait.
Please just get here as soon as possible.
I thought we were competing. Why do you give a shit?
See you.
Her care kit. 5 stars. Would survive again.
Pills.
Her care kit.
Care kit?
5 stars. Would survive again.
Oh. What? Come on. Let me snoop.
Breakfast of Champions. Or survivors of last night's shift.
Oh, they're not even going to show. Sorry, ladies. No underwear shots for you.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, okay. I gotta get my clothes on first. Damn it. Los Angeles.
Hey guys, what's going on? Get off your phone.
The same outfit?
Whatever.
No fucking way. I'm surprised she didn't change halfway through the workday.
Oh, well, well. Look who finally decided to grace us with his presence. You really took your time getting here, John. I was thinking I might have to give you a personal wake-up call.
That's an option? If I knew you'd be the one waking me up, I might have set my alarm earlier. No! What? That's terrible.
You sound disappointed, Gwen. Admit it. You were waiting for me.
Guilty as charged. But don't let it get to your head, intern. So tell me, John. Is the office your new playground, or are you actually here to work today?
Oh, shit. Which one? Are you planning to make my day more interesting? I was about to ask you the same thing. A little bit of both. Work hard, play harder. 3? 3 it is. Okay, 3.
No, a little both. Work hard, play harder, especially when the company is this interesting.
Ooh, I do love a multitasker. See if you can keep up with the pace around here.
All right, you two. Enough socializing, okay? You have work to do.
Oh, she didn't notice I was late. Ha ha. She did cover for me. Hooray. Co-workers.
Oh, hey, new guy.
Not you. Not you.
Oh, the new guy. Hi.
I like her. She seems spunky. Yeah, fuck off. Let's see. I'm John. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm John. Excited to be here.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Shut up, loser!
I'm gonna give you a little heads up, though. Be careful about office romances.
Oh my god.
Almost got fired for one myself.
Does he keep talking?
Peter, seriously?
I'm kidding.
Wait. You fucking blew it for me, Peter! You fucking... God damn you! All right. I'll get to work. Oh, God, Chad's here. Literal Chad.
Oh, hey there, John. Didn't realize you're back so soon.
I hate you. You're my enemy.
Hey, thanks, Chad. But, why were you at my desk? Anything I can help you with?
Help me. John, that's so cute. No, I was just trying to see if the interns actually got anything fancier than us real employees. Guess not.
My pen! That's
Don't
my
worry,
favorite
John. I'm sure
pen!
everything's exactly
God damn
where you
it!
left it. Close enough.
Oh, he got it back. Okay. Did he throw it or did he... What the...
Hey, John. Hey, Chad. What's up with you guys?
Really? Look at
Oh, look, she's trying to make me jealous now. Look at this obviousness.
Chad, there is something that I'm a little stuck on. Do you think you could help me out really quick?
For you, anything. Why don't you lead the way, huh?
Don't touch. No touchies.
Chad, I promise it won't take too
No,
long.
no touchies. No touchies. Oh, yeah. This fucking guy, I'm gonna murder him in his sleep.
You're about to take on a small assignment.
Okay.
Based on how you handle it, we'll decide whether to move forward with you. After you complete the task, report back to Jessica for your results. Good luck. Show us what you can do.
Okay.
Step 1, clean up the shot. Step 2, color grade. Step 3, sound. Easy win.
Wait, sound on a photograph? Use AI. No.
Oh, that's cool.
Choose the color setting. Okay, I guess I won't choose. Oh, there we go. Option 3.
Ooh,
No.
that's smooth.
Bad.
Real eye candy.
Option 2.
Oh yeah, that color totally works for this shot.
Gross.
No. Could be cleaner.
2. Option
oh
2.
yeah, that color totally works for this shot.
Next. Choose the ambience. Oh, this is the sound. Okay.
Sound sets the atmosphere.
Okay.
Great sound. It really sets the tone.
Yeah,
nice sync. Feels
2.
natural,
2.
not forced. Great sound.
There you go. Finish.
It really sets the tone.
Let's see how we did.
Solid. Might even impress Jessica.
I better go talk to Jessica. I got 2 minutes. Let's see. Hold on. Let me
I'll
talk.
talk later.
Ah, damn it.
Jessica first.
Okay.
All right, so I do have the final results for you both. John, after carefully reviewing your performance during this internship,
I win!
You showed great effort, and we certainly appreciate that. But
Oh, no!
unfortunately, you did not meet the standards
No!
that we need in a candidate for this role.
No!
I'm sorry to say, but Lily, we have decided to offer you this position.
Fuck!
Your skills, your aptitude made you a perfect fit for this role. So congratulations, Lily. We are excited to have you on board.
Thank you, Jessica. I am so grateful for this opportunity. You're amazing. And I know that you'll have an even bigger opportunity for you waiting. Don't give up.
God damn it! I should have fucked Chad.
Okay, so that wraps things up here. Appreciate you both. And John, you're a great person. Hope to see you again someday, okay? Lily, we will see you next week. Congratulations again.
God damn it.
I have a next appointment, so.
I guess I'll leave then. Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to Venexia. Also unforeseen power with 20 months. Okay.
Need to keep going.
Go where? Am I leaving? Oh, I guess I'll just leave then. Time to burn the fucking building down?
Work's done. Time to hit the gym.
Work's done forever.
If the gym had a do not disturb section, this would be it.
Okay. Yo, Held and House Builder giving a sub to Sasha Gray. Well, I can't talk to her. Jessica, where did we go wrong?
Oh. Hey, John. You know, don't worry about the job, all right? I'm sure you'll find something much better suited. It wasn't your calling, okay?
Do I actually
Find
get a
something
job
else,
as a
like
bartender?
Burgers, starting a lemonade stand. I'm just joking with you.
Fucking bitch! She fired me and she's rubbing my fucking nose in it?
I'll take your joke, but I'll also prove you wrong.
Yeah.
This city hasn't seen the best of me yet.
Not yet.
Well, no, that's the kind of attitude I can respect. Just make sure you can back it up, all right? Whew. You know, John, if you're gonna succeed in this business,
Yeah.
you have to be a shark.
Yeah.
No one's gonna hand it to you.
Yeah.
You have to take it. All right? Now, I have an important meeting to run to, but I'll see you again, okay? Stay sharp.
Still blocking his boner. All right, I guess I'm done working out now. Or not. What's going on?
Oh, John,
Yeah.
just the person I needed to see. I am having one of those days. I locked my phone and my keys in the car.
Oh,
make
sucks
matters
to be
worse,
you,
I have a
bitch.
super, super important dinner to get to. I am completely stuck.
Fuck
Is
you.
there any way you can help me out?
Go fuck yourself, bitch. I'll call you a taxi. Oh, there's no fuck off? There's no get fucked option?
I can call a taxi for you if that helps. You can use my phone to arrange everything.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is this horse shit?
Perfect. John, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You've absolutely saved me.
Yeah, you know what? We're done. I can't tell her to fuck off. I'm gonna move on. All right, next game. We gave it a good shot. All right, let's see. What's next? It looks like by 10 votes, 115 to 105. Wow, you guys are really out there voting. I do appreciate that. It looks like Captured 2 is going to be the next game. All right, we will take it off the list. We will reset the poll. So you got to vote again. Yes, you do. It's because so the people that are here get the game that they want to see. So go vote again. That's why we keep the poll at the top of the chat. And we're going to find Captured. There it is. Booyah. Okay, and we did play the demo of this when it was out, and I really liked it a lot. It's an anomaly spotting game that you go through, and it's like liminal spaces as well. It's got a nice mishmash of stuff. 14 gigabytes, so pretty big for a game like this. Okay, let's see. Captured 2. There we go. Maybe. There it is. Okay, looks like my dashboard probably needs a little refresh. Oh, it's downloading. That's why it's fucking up. Okay. All right, let's grab it. Put it at the top. We may have to come back to Dreams and Desires at some point. I kind of want to see where it goes. I thought that was the end. I really did. I thought that was an ending for the game. When you got, you didn't get the internship, but I think that's probably part of it. I don't know if there's a way you can get the internship. All right, there's an ad break coming up, so we're going to take a short little break here. I'm going to go take a whiz, but I will be right back. Yo, 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 what up? Welcome back. Thank you guys for being here today. Having a good day on Indie Saturday. Got about 4 seconds left on the ad. Then we'll get on to the next shit. Hey, if you want to take a second and check your Prime, see if you want to use your Prime sub on me, I'd appreciate it. If you like what you see here, you want to use those Bezos bucks. Maybe using AI would have impressed them. I hate that idea, though. I really hate it. I hate that I might have been able to get the internship in that previous game if I used AI, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't change it. Oh, shit. Pilbo Baggins. Thank you, Pilbo, with 148. And then we had Diabito. Diabito with the 10 gifted subs to Unicorn Scotch, Small Bacon, Mr. Hiram 9000, Quuck Schmear, Dandy Delta, White Rabbit, Lee McGee, Kairu Kurosaki, Embezzled 33, and Snow Gubbin.
Hail Berserkers.
Thank you so much for those. And Praxis with 5 more gifted subs. Going to Cyclotol, Shadow the Wreck God, Eskiro, Adam Palooza 85, and JV527. Hell yes.
Hail Berserkers.
Thank you so much. All right, I was just discussing this with my wife, but I really enjoy your streams from a technical perspective. You're the best streamer I follow. You do such a great job of interacting with the audience and keeping us involved and feeling like a part of the fun and not just viewers. Thank you. You're welcome, Nicodemus. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I read that too. I'm so glad I saw that because I don't see every single comment, but I'm glad I saw that one. So it proves your point, which is nice. Darth Vlader. Darth Vlader, thank you for the, oh, wait. I think Chad has his... Oh, Chad and his predator nature had something to do with it. Oh, okay. When you say Chad, sometimes I think you're talking about my chat, but Chad from the previous game. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, microphone. Oh. Oh. So the level input volume shows green. Okay. Let's bump it up a little bit. How about there? There? Oh, that's too much. That's way too much. That looks like, yeah. Okay. 2.3. 2.3? What do you think? Does it look good? Looks like most of the stuff I'm saying is in the green. It's going to the red a lot, but 1.95. 1.95. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sibilance. Sibilance. The Human Torch has an oddly shaped foot. He was denied a bank loan.
Attention. If you are watching this, you may be stuck in a loop. If your house feels unfamiliar, you may be stuck in a loop. If all ceiling lights and windows are gone, you may be stuck in a loop. If any of these apply, please listen carefully to the following information. It seems your only means of communication with the outside world is through your video camera. We can view your recordings just as you can view this broadcast. Each time you enter a new loop, there are small changes in your house. Do not overlook any anomalies and make sure to capture them on camera. Each one is linked to a room, and you need to fully stand within it to capture the anomaly. Do not interact with any...
Okay. Yes, this is the Radiohead song. Like, yeah, it's a...
Fitter.
Fitter, happier, more productive. Does not cry at movies. Or whatever it says. All right, what are my options? Okay. TAA. We want ultra quality. Probably TAA, right? There's no DLSS option. Fisheye effect. I don't know. Maybe we'll be okay with that. Graphic. Oh, graphic preset. No. High. Oh, I can't go to ultra, I guess. All right. High it is. Oh, by default, doors use physics by adding a layer of skill-based difficulty when escaping entities. You gotta, like, click and pull the door open and shit. Ugh. We'll see if I fucking hate it. I usually hate it. Off, head bob. Jesus, please, off. Never head bob. Ugh. Okay. Let's play. Okay, normal difficulty. Object type anomalies only affect large objects, furniture, and appliances. You do not lose sanity on the first day. Okay. Each day introduces new features and new challenges and difficulty options to amplify them. Unlocking a new day acts as a checkpoint, allowing you to return to that day at any time through this menu. Each day takes approximately 45 to 90 minutes to complete, with its own arc and ending. The full story completes at the end of day 3. Missing person, Emily Carter.
Hi, Rose.
Oh.
It's your sister, Emily. You just woke up screaming, there's a man in the closet. Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't scream this time. Let's have a look. Boo!
Ah! There.
No. Just close.
Focus.
So next time, you can just watch this video instead. Rose? What just happened? Dad? No!
Okay. Jump scare without killing my eardrums. Oh, and now we're in charge. All right, stuck in a loop. Take a brief look around the house. Something seems off. All windows and ceiling lights are off. This is a default loop and does not contain any anomalies. Any changes to the environment in later loops are anomalies, right? Okay. Okay, so anomaly right there. Someone left the toilet seat up and there's only ladies in this house. Okay. Okay. This is all as it's supposed to be. Yes, we played this the demo of this. Yes. Now the full release is out. Okay, your default loop may contain locked doors. These rooms will become accessible in later days. Okay. So, take a good look around. This is how things are supposed to look. Northwestern University. Got some trophies and some statues and some dolls or porcelain figurines or whatever. Random you? Okay, let's do a random sound effect and it's going to be this one.
Let's see if I can tongue my asshole.
There you go. All right. In the closet. Nothing in the closet. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna do simple doors right now. Yep, easy doors. There we go. All right, detective files. Got a pink backpack. Got a little tent here with the headphones inside it. And if I'm not mistaken, this game the anomalies are a little bit more obvious because there's so much to look at. Sneak to move silently with control. Okay, when the noise indicator appears, your voice and in-game sounds can be heard. Sprinting for too long will exhaust your stamina for a few seconds. Oh, I gotta hold crouch. If you are prone to motion sickness, you can turn off immersive flashlight and head bob in the general options. Oh, immersive flashlight? Yes. That's why the flashlight was fucking with me. Yes, flashlight will remain oh, yes. Will remain centered. Thank you. There we go. Oh, thank you. Oh, good. Okay. I turned off head bob. Head bob is off. $1997, July. All right. I hope you guys all took a good look because we're going now. Are we allowed to back seat? You bet. Yeah, go be my guest. All right, loop 2. Oh, select the correct time anomaly. Oh, okay. If a room has been completely transformed, any moved, missing, or extra objects. There we go. Moved. There we go. You've locked in selection. All anomalies will remain until you exit the loop. The anomaly counter, shows the number of captured anomalies. Oh, you must capture 6 to escape day 1. Okay. So we got 1 of 6. Yeah, the bathroom had a mirror right there. Yep. Right there. It's one of those, like, yeah, side mirrors. Yeah. Scanning for anomalies drains your battery. Look around for the house for new batteries. Batteries and entities do not count as anomalies. Okay. Wait, batteries and entities? Oh, the monsters are not anomalies because you can't capture them. Because they're moving more often than not. Well, only 1 this time, huh? Okay. Exiting a loop confirms you captured anomalies. Missing or incorrectly selecting an anomaly will reset your anom counter after entering a new loop. Okay. Okay, we're good. So it stayed at 1 anomaly. Was this there? Because I don't remember looking at this picture with the blurred face. No, I did not beat Resident Evil. We'll go back to that someday. I'm not sure when, but we've got other games that are coming up that we wanted to play. Or that I wanted to play, I guess. But yeah, I will come back and finish that at some point. Someday. I know someday. Whatever, Communal. You keep coming back. I can lie my ass off and you just like, well, he's a liar, but I'll show up. You're here all the time, Communal. Don't pretend like it matters.
What happened to their faces?
Oh, no anomalies within range. Okay. Room scale anomaly. Deformed room. Can I? This is a bad idea, right? Oh, I can't go in. Okay, good. Yo, Vin's giving a sub to such a dick. Oh, I forgot to turn my sub alerts back on. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to such a dick. Gorgorog with 12 months. Dark One XXI with the 4 months. Praxis giving a sub to JV527. Oh, I already got those ones. Praxis. Thank you for the, yeah, gifted sub Praxis. Yep. Yep. Okay. I guess we'll just get out of here. Green. Oh my God, fucking shit. You've got to get out of the hallway. You got to get out of his path. Yep, run away from his path, stay out of the hallway. Yep. Yep, ring it in, got me. Oh, I'm back at zero again. Fuck. Oh, I gotta be, that's right. You gotta be all the way inside the room. There you go. That's gotta be an extra object, right? Yeah. It's a tortoise. It's not the TARDIS, it's the tortoise. Vincent giving another sub to Meepo604. Thank you, Vincent. Now, I know there can be more than one anomaly. Now that's not right, right? Yeah. New object. You think you say my name more than CK's on average in the past 3+ years? Yeah, because I don't ever call her Katie. It's babe, honey, honey pie, lover, sexy butt, you know. So yes, your name is probably the name I say the most for the past 3 years, probably. Yeah. Oi, bitch! God damn it! Get the fuck out of there! Tried to get me again, ring-a-ding, you fucking cunt. Oh. Clock's not there. Missing object. Clock. Ring-a-ding is the ghost of Sammy Davis Jr. Ring-a-ding-ding. Pick up some batteries. I do like that the camera tells you if there's an anomaly. Like if you zoom in on something, they'll say no anomalies within range, so that's nice. I clocked the missing clock, that's right.
It has been 5.5 months since 26 children vanished without a trace. Since then, more than 100 unexplained disappearances have been reported across the state. The only lead so far comes in the form of videotapes. Jason, last seen on July 11th in his family home, mysteriously disappeared from his bedroom. Days later, his family discovered new footage recorded by Jason himself on their home camera. Police began investigating video and audio devices found in other victims' homes, uncovering tapes from 7 more missing individuals. In the recordings, the victims appear trapped inside their own homes. Missing windows, distorted pictures, and disturbing anomalies are a common theme across all the recordings. Authorities have now released a statement urging the
Oh, so that is one. Yep, appears to be working. There it is. Electronic anomaly. Okay. Thanks, voice in my head. I appreciate it. I only have 2 more to find. Still no turds. Yep, I'm moving, bitch. I knew you were gonna fucking do that, you fucking cunt. Ring-a-ding, bitch. Maybe play this again after any Saturday. This might be a game we come back to, like Observation Duty, sure. Play a round or 2. Yeah, the phone is fast. Thankfully, it gives you enough time to hide. But once it starts running, you're fucked if you're still in the hallway. I don't want to go upstairs. I have to though. Right to the back rooms.
Emily, sweetheart, God, I hope you can hear this.
Dad?
The police took your tapes. They're looking into them. There were others as well. Other kids, but most don't have tapes. Other parents said to try calling our home number. They said they were able to communicate through voicemail. You got this, kiddo. We miss you. Your sister asks me every day.
So I'm trapped.
I just don't know what to say.
And missing.
We can't lose you too.
And I'm trying to get out. Okay.
I'll find a way back, Dad.
I get it. Yeah, I'm a child. I think I'm at like middle school, like 14, 15. Judging by the first scene. Last time I used a payphone in the wild was at my high school, and they probably still have payphones at high school just in case for emergencies, I'd imagine, or either payphones or just like regular phones. But like, we had payphones at our high school, and my buddy, this was before everybody had a cell phone, would call his parents to come pick him up at school, and he'd call them collect, and he'd just say, he would do the Rob School. Hello, will you accept a collect call from Rob School? No. And they come pick him up. Okay. Where the fuck am I now? I'm in Happy Funland. Walk-E burned. Walkie will have a lower chance to spawn during this run. Oh my god! So I just... Okay. So if I find like toy models of like the phone or walkie or whatever, I can eliminate how much they show up. That's cool. We're watching Zeke, we're all old. Yeah, I bet the median age for my channel is probably like somewhere like 30 to 35 demographic. median age. I mean, there's olders and youngers, but I would say I probably average. I skew a bit older because I'm a bit older, and my references probably fly over the heads of youngies. $33, $32, $32, $42. Yep, there you go. I mean, and I've been doing this for 13 years, and some people have been around that long, so I've grown up like spending time with a lot of you guys. Like a full quarter of my life has been spent with you. Yeah, I started streaming when I was 32. Oops. Yep, found you by watching Manstream. Yep. A lot of people here still sticking around after Men's Days back in the day, way back when. All the way back in 2012 or thereabouts, 2011. Oh, I forgot to turn on my flashlight. Me too, buddy. Me too, Darth. Now, hold on a second. Does this count? No. Okay, that doesn't count. All right, looks like one more to find the next day. One more and we move on to day 2. Yo, Matt Baumer!
Obligatory reset for nostalgia.
Fuck yeah, dude. 12 years, man. 12 years in a month. Oh, it was Dan when he rated me. Nice. One more anomaly and we can go. Yep, fuck you. I knew that was gonna happen, you fucking cunt. Come on! Yeah, bitch, get the fuck out of here. That's definitely an anomaly. Well, we don't need to check anymore. Because that is 6 out of 6. Oh! Jesus Christ. Okay, so I think that was the demo. I think there was the one-day demo. So everything from here on is new-ish, I think.
Hey, kiddo. It's been a year.
Been a year.
For us, at least. For you, just a day. At least that's what the investigators told us. At least that in some tapes, kids seem to forget things. Like that place is slowly wiping their memories. But you got this. Your sister and I are waiting for you to get back. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I think the demo ended on that scene. Yeah, I think so. And now we're on day 2. Oh, we need 13 anomalies. They raised the stakes. Okay. This is the new default loop, and it does not contain any anomalies. Right, first loop. A new room has been unlocked. Okay. The number of required anomalies has been increased. Staying too long within a loop will drain your sanity. Oh, I have a sanity meter now. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so this is all as it's supposed to be. Oh, shit. So now, Dad's desk has the missing persons like thing. He's trying to find me. That's cool. That's a cool little change there. So I'm trapped wandering around this like a ghost. Nothing has changed in there. Ms. Tacky. Okay. 1998, the calendar is now, yep, July 1998. 1 year later. Okay. That all looks pretty much the same. Yeah, maybe I'm in the upside down. Yeah. All right, let's go. First loop, let's do it.
When I start the day, when my kids want to play, when I spend time with family, I've got Lethe inhalers. Ask your doctor if Lethe is right for you, or visit a Lethe Medical Center today. Say goodbye to your depression and welcome the new year.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys see any anomalies, don't be shy. If I don't see them first, you Jesus! Thought I was free of that guy.
Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight.
Yeah, it's nice that he gives you a warning. Oh, only one though? That the entity does not count as an anomaly. You can't capture an entity, as far as I know. Shit. I hate it. I want more than one. Oh, my sanity meter is starting to affect my vision. People are saying suitcase moved. Yeah, I know. That's from a freak out I had during an observation duty game. Okay. I guess we'll just take the 1 on that. Oh, batteries. Oh, I don't even need them.
$132 time flies when you throw a clock.
What is that? Would that be an extra object? Yeah, extra object. Because it's not lighting, because that's lights, lamps, or lights. So ceiling lights, yeah. Gotta be object. Oh, fucking what? Oh, you get dinged for missed anomalies. Okay, okay. I didn't think you got dinged for missed ones. Hmm. So you can just, yeah, you can just sneak past that guy. Also, when he started chasing me again, I think I breathed into the microphone. I think it went like that, and it fucking registered as a very loud sound. I honestly thought you could miss anomalies. It just took longer. Oh, this is a 0-1, so I don't need to worry about it. Or not. Hmm. Shit. I guess I do have to look. Oh. No turds. No one pooping in the potty. Missing room. That works. Oh, someone had a bad poker game. There we go. Okay. Doing good, doing good. Still no poopy. That was the first time I was hiding right around the corner. Jesus Christ. Brown alert, brown alert. Oh. Missing object right there. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yo, Beast with the 132 years. Time flies when you throw a clock. Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
What happened to their faces?
Sorry, I'm just trying to be quiet just in case Mr. Walkie Talkie is around or whatever the fuck his name is. I almost took my fucking hand off the mouse. Hell. Just when you don't think they're gonna reuse a fucking monster, they absolutely do. Okay. I am getting better, thank you. Oh man, this game is putting me on edge, bro. Fuck. Whew. Funny story, I work construction, typically have to use a porta potty shitters quite a bit. Well, one Monday in January, this one particular shitter had been locked all day. Turns out some homeless guy was sleeping in there to avoid the freezing wind. Yes, I've heard those stories before. Oh. Are you enjoying the story? Yeah, I like the story. Yeah. I like the idea of it. Where the child abductions, usually you're looking for the missing child. You aren't the missing child, but in this one, you are, which I kind of dig. The man's dream. Octo-urinal. Well, septi-urinal, 7 of them. I do need more batteries, though. Eat my asshole!
Wanna play?
Check. That's the gimmick. Yeah, so that's the gimmick. Yeah, you can't make a noise, and you got to crouch walk everywhere. He really slows down the hunt of that day, because you have to crouch walk wherever you go. If you stand up and walk, he hears you. Oh, you can trap it in a room? Oh, I didn't even know that. I probably won't try it, but good to know. Oh, did I do it in the demo? Oh, okay. Okay. So they kind of force you to do this. You have to be inside of the room to mark it as a anomaly. I like it. I think it's cool that it's like just a slight detour. Oh, and you have to get through it fast because your sanity meter. Wait, does your sanity meter still go down here? It doesn't seem like it does. Okay, maybe it doesn't. Okay, no, I think your sanity meter freezes while you're in these liminal spaces. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Fountain of Poop and Paler with the 300 bits and the Eat My Asshole jump scare.
Hey, kid. Things have been moving slowly over here. I haven't heard from the investigators in a while. They say it's ongoing. So I'm looking into this myself. I spoke with some of the other parents, but couldn't piece together much. Except, those Lethe inhalers you were taking? Other kids were prescribed them too. I have no idea what it means.
Oh, okay.
Maybe nothing. But I'll let you know if I find anything. I'm not giving up on you.
So the Halers are linked
Me neither.
to the missing kids. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. Well, something's gonna bust out of there and start chasing me. Maybe. Or not. Or I take the elevator out of here. Alright. I'll just get out of here. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry to anyone who used that elevator after me. Oh, what? Okay, I'll just take a load off, I guess. Sure. Okay. I'm just looking around for more of those monsters that, like, if you touch them, they burn up and they appear less often. Yeah, he said Lethe. That's the name of the pharmaceutical company that makes the inhalers. Lethe, yeah. This game took a turn. I like it. I never thought as like of a home showcase in a warehouse being a liminal space, but it feels like it. Oh, invisible wall. I wonder what the point of this is. Of having you be able to sit down in chairs like that. I want to say something like a cool Easter egg that will only add to the plot, but I don't know the rules about that. Oh, if it's an Easter egg, yeah, go ahead, DCamu. Is it easily gettable in here? Yeah, anything that, like, if it's a little tidbit that adds to the plot, that'd be great. Oh, batteries! Yay, batteries. Yeah, if you want, oh, the things that show up on the TV, you can interact with, like the telephone number, the website. Oh, you can interact with the TV? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, okay. I will keep that in mind. Fuck. Just the one anomaly? No. Oh, that's me breathing because I'm running too much. Did you guys see any other ones? One seems small. Nope. That's my fucking sanity playing tricks on me. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, good. We're 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 good. No, that was a cool sound effect. Like the sound of my feet on the carpet. That it's very much a what was that GameCube game that we played with the sanity meter? Where your head falls off and shit, weird shit happens. Eternal Darkness, there you go. That it reminded me of Eternal Darkness, and I love it. Love that shit. works. No, I don't like being quiet that long. Day 2 done. Let's go. Nice beard, not gonna lie. You don't have to, there's no lie. I do have a nice beard, thank you. It's very full and luxurious. It doesn't get much longer than this though. I've been growing it out for a while and I was hoping it would be down to by the, like, you know, mid chest by now, but I think I've reached its terminal limit.
Hi, Emily. I hope you're holding up. The investigators are keeping this in the dark. Feel like the whole world has moved on. But not me. Wish your mom was here. She would know exactly what to say.
Mom?
You know those big rooms? The last one looked like a place that we used to take you when you were little. As if that place was trying to imitate that. Do any of the other places seem familiar? Do you remember any of them?
No.
Oh shit, where are we dropping, boys? Let's go! I'll see you at the school, bitch. I don't know, is the school still a thing? All right, this is the new default loop and it does not, oh right. New room has been unlocked. The number of required anomalies has been increased to 20. Staying too long within a loop will drain your sanity faster, right? Okay. Oh, faster? Okay. So we know that room. And the room. Where's the new room? This one. Nope. Oh, it's fuck. I gotta examine the rooms because they're different now. Fuck. Okay. What has changed in the shitter? Anything? Looks like the bathroom is pretty much the same. Yeah, every year, every day that goes by is a year up there. So the rooms will change. Okay. Oh, okay. Looks pretty much the same in there. Okay, pretty much the same in here. The Red Strings Club going on. Yep. The TV and the clock and the bookcase. Okay. Anything new in here? Nope. Nope. It's pretty much the same. This has changed though. Oh, they took the bunk beds out. Oh, they're moving on. Okay. Yep, and instead of a tent, there's an easel. And the kid is drawing, my kid brother, sister is drawing or painting stuff. I'm an electrician. Z, can you look at the electrical box for me so I can see if there's any code violations? No, it'll fuck me up. I'll have to look at it every time to see if there's an anomaly. What the fuck is this? Oh. The parents' bedroom. Okay. Oh, this sucks. There is so much more house to discover now. Fuck. All right, TV, got clothes on the edge there. Fan. Got some pills. Lots of little figurines. Double. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Armoire. Kitchen. Yeah, 1999 now. It's a year later. Yep. We've discovered zero anomaly. Yeah, this is the this is the stock. This is what they give you to look at. This is what it's supposed to look like. So anything else is different. All right. Living room pretty much the same. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know why I'm being quiet. Walkie guy is not here yet. Okay. He's in there. He's fine. He's good. He's locked up. I really hope there's no anomalies in there. That was fucking close though. Like, he almost got me. I just wanted to see if he was still in there. If he no, he does not disappear. You open the door again, he's back on your ass. Back on your ass. Ah, fuck. New one. If only it was connected to the game. I know, right? It's not though. What is the new one? Probably this one.
Run, bitch! Run! Run, 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 bitch! Run!
There you go. Turd Watch 2026. Still no turds. Yes, the kid's room, the tall painting with black eyes. Yep, that's supposed to be there. My little sister is painting what she saw in the closet. That's a new one. I don't know what to do with that one. Oh, it said hide? Okay. I was too busy shitting my pants. Okay. Only one anomaly. I hate it. Nope. Fuck. Well, my sanity's almost going out, so... I didn't see anything else. I guess we'll see. Yep, only one. Okay, good. Good. Okay, cool. What happens if you run out of sanity? You probably, like, start over from the beginning at 0. And you probably, I'm not sure how you die though. Okay, so that guy's not so bad. Okay, so that bird is supposed to be there. Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for batteries. Yes, the penalty is it uses up your battery. It uses up 1 bar of your battery. And I think you get, I don't know, judging by that, probably like 12 total. Fuck. Oh, there's some. Hey. Look at that. Fuck, only one again? place. I mean, there's so many different rooms to search now. It seems like one is super fucking low. Because I can get as many as 3 from experience. Oh, here's the breakers. Are they good? Electrician, Austin. Any code violations? Yeah, the stuffed shark on the bed is fine. It's there. All right, well. Okay, we're good. Jesus Christ. There are batteries there. I somehow didn't remember there was a blue fucking carpet or a whatever placemat, bath mat. I will get those batteries in a moment. I never noticed that koi fish either, apparently. That's in the other room. Okay. Now I'm gonna go get those batteries and get the fuck out of here. Those lights were flickering because of the bad wiring that Austin overlooked on purpose. Six of 20. Doing it. We're doing it, guys. Ugh. Man, this has my nerves on edge, bro. Bro, I say bro. Okay. Small note about this game. Anomaly games can really make or break it by using a proper set of choices. Seems like nothing is ambiguous in this one. Yeah. Yep, I agree with that. I've not seen a single anomaly in the parents' room yet. And it's starting to bug me. I'm starting to think shit is anomaly when it's not. Like that tile floor, I'm like, was it always tile? Okay. 8 of 20. Turd watch, still no turds. Waiting for that toilet to be filled up with poo-poo. Oh no, a garden maze? Ugh, I hate this already. Okay. Okay, not much of a maze, I guess. There's a little Easter egg in this room. When you look for the 3 flowers and write them, and you have to press Alt F4, get Breath of Fire 3 on your PS TV and stream it for us. Now that's a fucking Easter egg.
Hey, kid. I'm doing my best over here, I promise. I've hit a bit of a wall. Lethe isn't taking any calls, and they blocked access to their medical center. Investigators told me to just leave it, but something is definitely going on in that building. Emily, I need you to remember.
This game is cool, Bear Squad.
We've been there before.
I agree.
Maybe the loops can generate it. Tall building, lots of windows. It was just out of town. There was a hallway with many doors. You did your test there, remember?
I don't.
I don't remember. I am
don't
so
really
sorry.
remember anything outside these walls. But I'll try.
Okay. I'm really glad you're enjoying him. From the voice acting community, the man put his heart and soul into this voice lines. No, the voice acting in it, the you know, the rare times that we get to hear it is very good, very compelling. No, just the right atmosphere. The jump scares are really good. Like the different anomalies or the different entities that you have to avoid with the different mechanics. Really cool idea. I'm enjoying it thoroughly. Now, something's different about this room. Now, what would this be? Think lighting? It's lighting electronic device appliance appears to be working. Or it's an extra object though. I'll try lighting and see what happens. Lighting seems to be the most fitting. But I could easily see where it's object. I'm hoping it's both. I'm hoping either would work at the end of the day. The tent's not there anymore. Not on this day or this year. The tent is no longer there. It's replaced by an easel with painting and painting supplies and stuff. Thank you. Halfway through. Doing great. I'm ready for you, Tommy Telephone.
Today marks 2 years since Jason's first tape was found, the first major lead in this mysterious series of disappearances. However, based on his recent tapes, investigators believe time moves differently within the loops, with his latest recording dated only 2 days after his disappearance. Grief and outrage have filled the streets with protesting, demanding answers and justice for the missing children and teenagers. Lethe has yet to make a statement and continues to ignore allegations surrounding.
I'm trying to interact with it, but I can't. Also, I don't know if you know, I noticed, but thank you for not for freezing the sanity meter while I listened to this broadcast. That's very considerate of you, so I'm not like worried about time while I'm listening to this. Back when we played the demo, the dev was in here, and he said he was pretty loose with the reports. Made it so that it could be something. It was accepted. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling you this for over a year. 26 kids don't just vanish out of thin air. And now they're saying it's over 100, all conveniently disappeared without a trace. Well, I've been digging into this, folks. We had parents on the show, you heard them. Every single kid.
Forgot to mark that, yeah.
The first major site side effects that were reported on last year included nausea, dehydration, blurred vision, and memory loss. Most prominent in ages 8 to 19. I still don't understand how the government has not shut them down yet. How is it that the only leads investigators have are these tapes?
Finally, an anomaly in here. Nice. Oh, look, our first water anomaly. I love it. Wow, this place was full of them. There's 4 in this one. At least 4. Is there another one in here? Can we make it a 5? Nope. No 5. Okay. We'll need some batteries next time, though. Nice work, sleuths. Not quite skibbity. Oh, okay. So it's just the money. The toilets are trying to bribe me, but I will not be bribed. Now, what do you suppose this one is? Lighting? Probably lighting, right? Yeah, has to be lighting. Unexplained light source. That fucking guy every time fucking gets me. Okay. Okay, we did it. 4 more. We can finish it with this one. If we get lucky. I was ready for you, phone man. That's why I duck into the closet so fast every time I come around the corner. Bitch. Is that a missing object? Oh, just object. Yeah, it looks like there's something there that's, yeah, object. Gotta be object. I was waiting for that call, yeah. The sounds bleed through from the kitchen. I mean, electronic or lighting, what do you think? I want to say it's working like it's supposed to, but it could be just lighting. But it makes a sound too, so it's like, I'm hoping either would work, yeah. All right, we did it. 2 more. 2 more and we're done with this day. Loop, whatever. And then we'll switch games. Whether we win or we lose, we'll switch games. Man, this is cool. I like this a lot. Keep me on my toes. Well, fuck. We gotta go through another liminal space. Yeah, we were thinking about putting a deck on, but instead we made an abyss room. And I think we made the right choice. Like, it really gives the like an open space kind of feeling to the kids' room. The anti-gravity really pulls the room together. You're right, it does. It does. We thought about that too. We thought about regular gravity and we're like, why not? Let's do anti-gravity. Let's do low grav. Let's split the difference and do low grav. Oh, here we are in the building that my dad talked about. The Lethe Pharmaceutical building. Long hallway with a bunch of doors. Is this Severance? Fuck. Nope. Nope. Oh, there we go.
Hi, kiddo. Happy birthday. It's been so long.
3 years.
I wish you could see your sister right now. She's gotten into painting.
I noticed.
Just like your mom. God, we miss you so much, Emily. I'm still in touch with some of the other parents, but some kids don't even recognize their own home anymore. So I can't help but wonder, do you still recognize my voice? Am I still Dad? Or am I just the guy who's leaving voicemails? You said you would always remember what I told you the night your mother passed. And I wonder if you do.
She's gone? How could I forget that?
Saying goodbye.
Yeah, I had a sneeze, sorry. Oh, they're doing experiments. It looks like on doorways. Hmm.
Welcome to Lethe Pharmaceuticals, and congratulations on joining our team. At Lethe, we believe a better tomorrow begins with a healthier mind. And it all started right here in 1952, when our founder, George Lethe, made an extraordinary discovery. A door leading to a plane beyond our reality.
There it is.
A place we now call the recursive point. While studying its environment, our research team discovered a previously unknown chemical element in the air, now called lethanine. When inhaled, lethanine interacts with the brain's neural network, blurring negative and traumatic memories. This discovery is the secret behind the Lethe inhaler, and what makes it the world's leading antidepressant treatment. All lethanine used in production is collected directly from the recursive point, right here in our medical center. Navigating the recursive point can be extremely dangerous. If your job requires you to do so, always remember your exit door. Thousands of doors exist within the recursive point, but only one belongs to you. While inside, you'll experience memory loss. These memories are stored in a special room, and finding it is the only way out. Look for a door that feels familiar. Thank you for watching the Lethe Employee Orientation. Remember, safety is our #1 priority. For access to
Yeah, that is a cool addition to the anomaly finding game. Really neat how they implemented that. Oh, look at that. I can burn this and I will see less of the Heidi guys. The Jesty. Lower chance to spawn during this run. Head of recursive monitoring. Access code. That code was for unlock something on the website that we can interact. Really? Huh. Jesus shit. Holy fuck. Oh, my movement speed is faster now. That's nice. Okay. Oh, it was for a second until I fucked it up. I was moving at sprint speed without holding down the sprint button. There it is. The last one of this day. Thank Christ we got it. Let's get the fuck out of here. Okay. The game at the beginning, I think, said there was 3 sets of 3 of those. But I'm not sure. Yeah, now I gotta find my door. Is that it? The one with writing on it?
This devastating crash happened just west of Traverse City near Cedar Run Road, 11:72 last night. 36-year-old mother.
I've seen this before.
Another vehicle briefly entered her lane. According to investigators, she attempted to avoid a collision by swerving.
That's why I'm taking the inhalers.
The pain.
So I forget the memory of my mom. Jesus Christ, because she died in a car crash.
Yes. But she's so much more.
I know. Saying goodbye is hard. And love is what makes it so hard. But the ones we love, they never really leave. As long as we remember them, they're still with us. Emily?
Hey! Okay. The mega happy ending. That was good. That was really good. Creative way for my girlfriend, my family, my friends, everyone who helped me support me. Thank you to everyone who played, left a review, or shared the game. Last year, I lost my aunt to Alzheimer's. I want to tell the story of her, in her memory. Forgetting loved ones has become one of my biggest fears. So take this as a reminder to tell them you love them. Yeah, that's a good idea. Do that. Okay, insanity mode. You can capture anomalies infinitely. Every few completed loops, you are offered random deals and abilities. Each deal comes with a benefit and a drawback. Your max sanity decreases with each loop. After surviving 8 loops, you unlock special deals with multipliers. Oh, so there's an endless mode. Okay. Okay. That's new. Yeah, so it's a roguelike now, I guess. Roguelite. Were there still any locked doors? Yeah, there's. Oh, my room was locked. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't let the sanity take over. So let's do that. Let's see what happens when insanity takes over. Where should we go insane? What room should we go insane in? Let's see. How about this room? My old room. Oh, my room is open now? Oh, let's look at it then. No, it's not. That drunk Jonathan Frakes was good. It was, wasn't it? I got I got fucking accused of engagement farming. Because it's an old clip apparently. And I didn't know that. I retweeted it. Are you engagement farming? Because this clip has been around forever. And I'm like, no, bro, I'm not terminally online like you. And also, yes, Twitter is for engagement farming anyways, right? That's kind of what it's for. If it's part of your business, which it is for mine. So yes, I like engagement on my tweets. I think that might be my most liked tweet ever. It was, last time I checked, it was like 8 point something thousand likes. Like, it's not even my post. Well, that sanity's going down pretty slow. Okay, let's just wait in here until my sanity goes down to see what happens, and then we'll switch games. So if you haven't voted yet for the next game, go vote to the top of the chat box or down below in the panel section. Honestly, Grinbringer, if it wasn't for business, I wouldn't be using it. But I use both. I use X and Blue Sky. I just wish Blue Sky was, you know, bigger. It would be great to switch completely. Just waiting to go insane. Same, honestly. All right, here we go. Sanity going down. What happens? Oh, you died by sanity. There you go. All right. Oh, they have a leaderboard for how many anomalies? Not 622 fucking anomalies. You gotta be kidding me. Holy moly. Wow, and it's like big drop off. A lot of people in the 40s, 50s, 60s, but then like you got your top 6 in the hundreds. Holy moly. Yeah. Okay. That was a good game. Very nice. Good job. What am I? Archive? Oh, archive of anomalies. Okay, so there's a bunch that we didn't even see. Wow, there's a ton. Yeah. How many entities did we see? Oh, we got to see all the entities. Saw that one, ring-a-ding, walkie. Did we see Karateris? I don't remember seeing this one. Karateris. You shine your flashlight to freeze. Oh, it's a weeping angel like. Yeah. Okay. Oh, anomalies 90 through 100. So these ones only appear in nightmare mode. Huh. Cool. Nice work. Good game. Very good. All right, what'd you guys vote for next? Let's refresh. And it looks like it's going to be Belina. Belina by... Oh, shit, it's tied, actually. It's tied. Belina and Causal Loop. They are tied. Shit. Well, I'll tell you what. I will give you the next minute. The next minute to vote. So when this hits 4:15, well, 15 after. When it hits 15 after on the clock, voting will be done. So get it in there and vote if you haven't yet. Or just vote for both of them and be a dick about it. If a game has a leaderboard, there will be cheaters who just have to be on the top. I'm sure it gives them a weird boner. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh shit, oh, fuck, there was an update while I was playing. The Zeke update. Oh, listen to the voicemail left by Jason. Yeah, didn't do that. Escape a day with... Oh, with more than the required anomalies. So on the last day, you can get more than what is asked. Okay. Burn ringing. So I never found that. Never found that. Survive 5 loops on insanity mode. Nope. Insanity mode. Nope. Watch the TV broadcast in the master bedroom. Oh, it didn't happen for us. And finish the game on nightmare difficulty. Okay, those are all easily, but they're all doable. Doesn't seem like it would be a huge grind if you play it on insanity mode. That's cool. Random aside, the tweet accusing Zeke, I think he meant to tweet the guy who posted the video because it's copy paste from YouTube without crediting the OG video. Just like, oh, I caught strays. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I didn't credit the original poster or whoever made that, I guess. I just retweeted a tweet of it. So, yeah. All right, let's see what you got. Refresh one more time. And by 3 votes alone, Belina has won the next game. So let's do it. Belina. This one looks pretty weird and cool. I hope it is all those things. Or both of those things. Okay. Bylina. Perfect. Okay, that one is done. Now we can do this one. 15.42 gigabytes. Okay, what is this game all about? Well, let's find out, shall we? Enter a world of Slavic myth.
Young man set out to save his immortal soul.
Oh, Slavic myth and medieval adventure. As a young bogatyr, journey to the thrice 9 kingdom, challenge Koschei the Deathless, and save your immortal soul in Belina, an epic action adventure rooted in Slavic folklore, with a heavy focus on skill-based combat. Shit. This one came out 5 days ago, developed by Farfar Games, published by Digital Vortex Entertainment. It is $17.49. And it's almost done downloading. It's very close. Yep, well, we're boned. Fear, Loathing, and Shroomies.
Thrice 9 Kingdom when it began to take hold.
Oh, reset the poll. Sorry, yep, I forgot. Let me take that off. Yep. Belina and reset. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. Go vote. Okay, almost done. 98.99 and go. Bye, Felina. Oh, there we go. See if camera shake is bad. Oh, we can go to very high, huh? Okay. And why can't I turn anti-aliasing on? Okay, whatever. I guess we'll leave it off then. Peasant, for those who enjoy the story but don't like to fight. For those who enjoy the story and the plot. For those who enjoy a challenge. Well, let's go Militiaman then. Let's go middle of the road. It seems like a controller game, so I'm going to hook up my controller. How in the endless darkness of the primitive ocean, 2 twin brothers wandered. Where the nightingale's nest.
And there it stood in all its glory, the thrice 9 kingdom.
A gripping yarn, Papa Vasily. My soul is stirred. If you just permit me to slip into yonder bushes for a feat of watering the damp Mother Earth.
Well, make haste to follow, then.
Okay. Not a great start. Okay. Let's try it again. Oh, you said it was pretty awful? Really? Looks great, though. Once again, with earplugs. Oh, for those who enjoy the story and the plot? Oh, it must have been combat and the plot. I think they might have fucked up on that, yeah. Yeah, for those who enjoy the story and the plot. I like both of those things. I will tell you the story about how in the endless darkness of the primitive ocean, two twin brothers wandered again.
And there it stood in all its glory, the thrice nine kingdom.
A gripping yarn, Papa Vasily. My soul is stirred. If you just permit me to slip into yonder bushes for a feat of watering the damp Mother Earth.
Well, make haste to follow, then.
Oh, so I gotta take a piss. I missed that joke. All right, Vasily knows 1,000 something. Okay, I guess that's not important. Relieve myself. Oh, it even has a little shadow creature showing how to pee. I'm going to pee. Holy fuck! You can put out the Chicago fire with that fucking flow.
Cruel fate! Oh, wretched brigands! Ribbit.
Were you robbed?
Were you robbed?
Oh.
The evil fiends, wretched bushwhackers, Ribbit. Everything I curated, everything I invested in, all lost to those thieving predators. My life is over. My children, my sweet, innocent tadpoles shall rot in the gutters of insolvency. My lovely wife, my toad princess, Ribbit, will leave me in disappointment. Save me, almighty bogateers! Ribbit.
Hist, Kestrel, look to yonder grove. Does not something glint there in the moss?
On the road, Vaseline around Master Totally and come to my little house spirits.
Yield not
Wow,
to despair,
that is
my
not
good toad.
on the screen long
Wail
enough to
not.
read.
Waste not your tears soaking your fine cloak.
It's Wednesday, my friend. How could such thing happen on Ribbit Wednesday?
Ribbit.
Why don't you return to me once you've performed some glorious feats, young bogateer? You need glory to level up.
My
I'll get
poor
going.
damn Batrachian soul.
Mighty Ribward.
The brigands know not the price of antique treasures. We didn't take what looked like old rubbish to them.
Okay. Open your gear, select a slot, and equip your spoils. Okay. Okay, so it gives me power of 100. The Entomber. Oh, I got some tree tears. Tastes better than milk, but you'll die of thirst by the Tim. Yo, Nanotech with 78 months. Thank you, Nanotech. Welcome back.
Good merchant, is this your treasure? They overlooked some of the gold in their hurry.
Treasure? These are but meager fragments of my former glory. But tiny crumbs dropped by those accursed fiends as they plundered my very livelihood. Help, mighty booketeers, and my gratitude shall be most profound. Will grant you a fine, mighty potion.
In truth, a flagon fit for a bogatir. Quaff, my kestrel, this enchanted draft.
Huh, you mean I drink this, and suddenly I'm an honest-to-God bogatir?
The draught shall grant you a wondrous might, though of what nature remains great mystery, and but a fleeting hour it offers you, to make merry with your heroic craft.
Drink then, my bright falcon, with all haste. Show them your bogatir strength, and save the poor Master Toadling. Ribbit.
The deed is pressing, the hour will not tarry. Fly, kestrel, like the falcon you are. Fly forth and track down that thieving rabble. I shall bide here with the poor merchant. Soon shall we meet each other again upon the far side of the deep, dark wood.
Okay. So there's some, we have something singing in a cage there. Dodge, block, strike, and cast spells. Show them a good brawl. B will help you dodge and attack, but you have to take a pause after a dodge roll so you can tumble before you can tumble again. Block incoming attacks if you don't want to get carved up. Left bumper to block. Okay. Oh, try and hit me. Okay.
Come on, get him, boys!
Wow, I chopped them up. I dismembered them all.
There's no way through here. I should turn northwest.
Okay. There's no way I can climb over that tree.
It must be a present for his wife.
Shroomies! You'll come across quirky sentient mushrooms on your travels. Have a chat. They might give you a useful tip. Or you can just dance together. Stand still and your character will break into a merry jig.
Hey, playing to kill everyone, are you?
Am I not close enough? Or am I doing it? Oh, sheath my weapon? Whoops. Nope, not there. Well.
I see you're ready for it. But don't forget, small vitality will heal you if you're wounded.
That's what he said. No, I'm trying to get it because he said if you stand idly by the mushroom, you'll start like dancing a jig. And I tried to do it, but I don't know. Maybe it's broken. Oh, and dancing with him also heals you. That thing looks cool.
Step aside.
Not the voice I expected.
Step aside.
Have you heard of the tale of how the bogatyr Dobrynya Kicic found himself a wife?
Saved, I bet. From some monster?
So one day he saw a mighty warrior on a strong horse and challenged him to a duel. But it turned out to be a Polyanitsa, a warrior woman who fights alongside men. They fought, and Dobrynya's courage began to wane. She pulled him off the horse by the scruff and said, "If you're an old warrior, I'll take your head. If you're my equal, I'll marry you."
You wouldn't dare say a word against Polyanitsa.
Nah, he didn't regret it. She saved him from captivity after that.
It's weird that the dialogue bubbles don't really match the what's being said all the time, like 100%. So one had to come before the other, I guess. I mean, obviously. Life's a delicate thing. Took a beating, heal up with foods or potions, or you won't make it. You can find these or make them at a campfire. Recovery, every powerful ability requires strength. Recover it with successful hits. Deal damage without taking any, and your strength will return. To pound enemies with this style, use bogatyr abilities if you have enough strength. Press left trigger, AXYB is a prompt. Okay. Enemy attacks have different levels of strength. Watch the color of the icon above their head. You can block a white one or interrupt it with a well-timed attack of your own. A yellow one can only be blocked, and it's best to dodge a red one. Okay.
Get him, boys!
Wait, he got me?
Get him, boys!
Enemy with a shield is protected by a block when icon is displayed above their head. You can break a white block with your weapon on first try. The yellow one requires several hits, and a red one cannot be tackled head on. If you hold the attack button, you can charge up your strike. No block can stop such an attack. Okay.
Surround him from all sides!
I am going to shoot you now.
I am going to shoot you now.
Shoot him with the bow! With the bow! Just your way. Catch the arrow.
Ow.
I am going to shoot you now.
I like that he says, that he tells me. Go talk to the merchant, sell your junk, and buy something useful. Okay.
Hey, why are you still here?
Captured by evil fiends.
You? Well, you're free now.
Not me, my Kuzya.
What use is he to them? Where did they take him?
They carried him all the way up. Save him, Bucketeer! Wait here.
Okay. I don't know what that is. Yeah. No new equipment. Cladinets is the password. Okay. Step up the campfire, brew potion, or cook food. Just make sure you've got the recipe. Called Bucketeer's Bitten because the common folk can't handle the smell, but at first Bucketeer's just thing restores 15% health over 3 seconds, 25% health over 5 seconds. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, more tree tears. A wondrous wisp, sure. Hey! Cladinets. Okay, go right in.
Slash him! Stab him! I am going to shoot you now. I am going to shoot you now. Slash him! Stab him! Shoot him with the bow! With the bow! I am going to shoot you now.
Ow, bitch! No! My God! They're fucking tore his ass apart! Jesus Christ, that's gruesome.
My guy, you dare to kill a god?
I do. Don't ask me how. Okay? I don't know. A note about the bleached. These are vile, horrid monsters whose spree. Oh, wait a minute. Is it in my... No. Oh, there we go. There's the notes. Or I guess there's supplies. One random, please. You got it, buddy. Here it comes.
Oh, that's so
Oh,
big.
of course. Had to be that one. The one I play the most. Balmore, I think over the 10 months. And Control Shift R with 32. Thank you. Okay. These are vile horde monsters who spring up when you least expect them. They roam the woods as if led by someone's hand and smile without end. It's clear they come from the Thrice Nine Kingdom. Okay. Oh, give me some honey. Ow, ow, go, God, the bees! So that's what you risk. Getting honey is obviously getting stung. I handled the brigands, but Kuzia, I couldn't save him.
I handled the brigands, but Kuzia.
Right, I forgot.
I couldn't save him.
Oh, why would they harm a small and innocent soul?
Go down to the high road. Find Vasily the drunkard. He'll help you.
The drunkard. Oh, sorry.
Want my advice? There's a big rock by the entrance. Try talking to it. It can grant you treasure.
Okay, I've heard of them. I'll try my luck.
How about a trade?
Okay, I will trade you. What do I have that's junk? Oh, there we go. There you go. I'll sell those. Flat River Rock. The river's full of them, but this one's the smoothest baby bottom, so you can't throw it away no matter how hard you try. Oh, dude, no. Come on now. Don't make me sell them one at a time, man. Why would you do that? Cabbage of Victory. Okay, blah, blah. No, okay. What are you buying? What are you selling? Good choice, stranger. Oh, this guy. You'll encounter stopping stones out in the world. They're sentient, they're brazen, and they love to play for keeps. They'll play a 21 type dice game with special rolls. Lose and you'll find your brains splattered across the rocks. You're strong. Haven't seen you like here in a long time. I've got a bit of sport for you. I've got a 9. There are different types of rolls. This time try choosing Fury. Roll 2 dice. The higher the value increased by 2 and add it to your score. Okay. Impudence. You roll 1 die. Half the points are added to your score. The other half are subtracted from your opponent's score. Okay. +2, -2. All right. You can choose to pass to avoid going over 21. Once a player passes, their score is considered final, and the other player will have only 1 turn left. Press I'm done. Okay, I have 17. I'm gonna stay on a 17. Oh, and they only get 1 more dice. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Spruce arrows. I'm gonna put up the nasty bow, you bet. Okay. Oh. Draw your bow, pull back the bowstring, and let the arrow fly. You're magnificent. Press right trigger to draw the bow. Oh, so I just fucking hug the tree after I shoot it with an arrow? Yeah, sounds good. Yep, you want to heal your wounds? Stand right next to me, which is, I guess, not what I'm doing. It looks like there's a scroll bar. And there's draw weapon. Draw melee, draw bow. Block with shield. Well, the funny thing is, nope.
Kill Archer first. You Bogatyr, yeah? You have strength.
I'm using controller, but... Oh, there we go. So, I don't know how to do this on controller. I guess there's no button to sheath your weapon on controller that I can tell. But I guess once we need to do that, we'll just press R on our keyboard. Yeah, oh, you cowardly bandit. Are you scared, bitch?
Thank you. Please don't kill me. What are you thanking me for? For saving me from this life. And the prospect of a cruel death. The brigands don't look kindly upon quitters. The only way out is 6 feet under.
Well. Perfect. I'm gonna put you 6 feet under. Fuck you, dude. Shut up, Wax. Oh, sorry.
So, you want to start a new honest life, do you? Then point me to their loot. Spare me and I'll tell you everything. It's all in yonder cave.
Are you fucking kidding me? There we go. The tab was not pushing the little flap down on my fucking monster here. There. Now we got it. We're good. We're good now. Ooh, okay, almost spilled it. Perfect. Okie dokie. Oh, by the way, there is no drop frames tomorrow since JP is on vacation to the Final Fantasy Weeb Fest. So we will be running reruns for 2 days in a row. Scott will be running reruns tomorrow and Monday. And I'm going to take these 2 days off in a row, which is very rare for me. I'm going to do 2 days off in a row, and I'm going to pack up everything that needs to be packed up still before the move. So that's what I'm going to take these 2 days off doing. So tomorrow and the next day, and Scott said he was going to do a rerun of my 24-hour Bloodborne run tomorrow and Monday. Oh, so it's going to be Bloodborne on this channel rerunning tomorrow and the next day. Oh, shit. Should be a lot of yelling, so make sure you have your volume thing handy, because I know I probably scream a lot. And oh, wait, is that the run where I'm like, I use my pimp cane? How many live streams left before the move? Next week. I'll be here from the 28th till the 2nd. It'll be that whole week, and then the Saturday the 2nd will be my last stream before the move. Oh, it was release day for Bloodborne. Oh, shit. I can't believe I played that on release day. That's crazy. And yes, it will be if then on the 2nd. Yep, and Scott will be here. We'll be doing indie, not new indie games, maybe, depends, but he has promised me he's picked out a crop of versus and co-op indie games that we will play on the 2nd. Scott will be here for that. Yep, it will be if then Indie Scotter Day. All FMVs. Oh shit. We're starting by renting Markamoto, and then we're gonna while we're renting, we'll look for a house to buy. Yes. So we're renting first, and then we will be scouting houses while we're there. Warming homebrew. Booze isn't just good for relaxing, it also warms you right up. Have a stiff drink and even the fiercest frost won't be able to reach you. Oh, there it is. No. Do I just automatically get it? I might, hold on. It might just be, I automatically get the recipe. Oh, I do. Okay, that's cool. All right. Swell. Will you change the time zone? Yes, we will be going from Mountain Time to Central Time. And eventually, I probably will be making my streams an hour earlier. But not right away. I'll give you a heads up. Thanks, baby, for the raid. I hope you guys had a good time today. And then there's Glut. What up, Glut, with the 101,
Classic
baby?
Cheers.
No, that's kind of the thing. The plan is like hopefully it'll better be more EU friendly. Oh, you pissed off some sweaty bitches today. It was a good day. Nice. Playing some PUBG. Many obstacles stand in your way and each one will temper you. The fierce cold will bring you down as fast if you don't warm up by the fire. Okay. Warm up by the fire. Is this not a fire? Enchanted boots. It said warm up by the fire, and I didn't see my frosty going down, but who knows? See a fragile barrier? Smash it to pieces. Don't be shy. Use the stomp ability to break the wall in front of you. The stomp ability. Oh, there we go. I have the stomp ability now. Okay. I Am Your Beast had a cryptic post alluding to DLC or maybe a sequel on Steam. Oh, that's fucking awesome. I love that game. I hope so. I had a bunch of fun getting all S ranks on that. Oh, fuck. I thought that was a crash. It thought about it. Oh, right on the D-pad will sheath your weapon. Okay. Okay. Oh. There you go. Now my homebrew now will, okay. It keeps me warm for 2 minutes. And it keeps me drunk for 10 seconds. Oh shit, I didn't even need to use it. There we go. Now I'm dancing. I'm doing the shroomy dance. Doing the shroomy dance. Getting my health back. Thanks, Shroomy. These statues can be found in most unexpected places. When you interact with them, they fully restore your supply of arrows. That's fun. Nice. Some targets simply can't be reached with your hands no matter how hard you try. In these cases, your bow is your best friend. Well, I don't want to fight these guys yet. I do like the metal music that comes out when you're, you know, swinging your sword around. Oh, it's Predator versus Alien. The same thing happens to your penis? That's terrifying. I hope you're lying about that. They're still squirting blood out. Oh, before I go, I should probably arrow up. There you go. There's our boy.
Exit close. You sure you done?
Shroomy dance. Shroomy dance. Get that health back with the shroomy dance. Nope. 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 Can't cook anything. Okay. Oh, sour cabbage recipe. I can make some sour cabbage. Wow, if that isn't the most Norwegian fucking Scandinavian thing I've ever heard, holy fuck. Sour cabbage. That sounds awful. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Inventory. Nope. Nope. I threw up thinking about it. Bosses. Oh shit, our boss, first boss, here we go. They're big, angry, and each has their own trick up their sleeve. Watch their movements and use your wits. Time for a boss fight. Oh, it's coming out of the goat seat. Ghoul Granny. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, smite it. Yeah, the prog rock soundtrack, not too bad, right? I dig it. I can dig it. I got a pouch of Toadling's things. Yeah, it's not bad. We'll play it for another 20 minutes and then we'll switch it up. But it's pretty good. Woodsmith Spear. Oh, what now? A new weapon? Yes. 248 to 310. Oh, new moveset. Dig it. And a human tooth. My tooth! Nope, I can't read that. If you peered into a bowl, ready your wits, things are about to get strange. Bowls control various mechanisms in the world. Oh, okay.
You made it. Bet you saw my brother, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I see your brother. I very much did. Oh, that's what I get after doing this? Okay, here we go. Puzzle time. Oh God, I gotta play Simon? Okay, they're not gonna make me do a lot of it. That's nice. I got the Princess Silver Coin. Now, what is... Yep, hold on. Rare coin engraving a prince's face. Say a few of them left. The merchant knows. Keep one in his boot to help him from bad drunken decisions. Okay. Now, how do I get my... I have to fight to get my magic meter, my mana back up? I guess so, yeah, okay. Okay. I have to fight without getting hit, I think. You gotta fight to get it up. Oh man, I'll tell you. Some days. I'm not a young spring chicken no more. Sometimes I do gotta fight to get it up. Hey, Piggy, what's your deal?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, good Bogatyr.
I'm not a Bogatyr, really.
Be that as it may, I can see you got enough Bogatyr glory to become one. Now give me a hug.
I want to become stronger. 240 health and 150 Bogatyr might. So I give him a hug and I get more. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. I get more max health and mana. Awesome.
Oh, what happened to you?
The evil brigand stole me from home, away from my sweet, kind mistress. She lives in the village nearby. They demanded a ransom, but my mistress, while rich in generosity, is poor in gold.
Well, you're free now, Kuja. You can find your way to the village. It's safe now. Evil brigands all lie dead.
What? Oh, what's the deal, bud? Okay, we're getting back on the track. Heading back on the road again.
Accept my gratitude, brave warriors.
You're welcome, Frog Guy.
Whereas the gods in my service scattered in fear.
Ah, how's a trifle for a true Bogatyr? Even Kestrel could do it.
Give me a hug and you'll get stronger. Okay then. Wow, I did get stronger. All right, now if you fuck me, you'll skip 10 levels. I don't know about that. Do you want to be strong or not?
As breath after breath departs. Receive me, O Lord. Show me the path. Fortify my spirit in truth and in yearning. Into your hands I lay my soul. Merciful God. Merciful God. Save me.
This is a fucking trip, bro. Kakoa!
Open wide your bright eyes, my lad. Though the road was long, it has come to an end.
And a strange, dark dream, Papa Vasily. It felt as if I died a hideous death. I'm still shaken.
Ah, my falcon, my sweet songbird. You know not the ways of the world.
Can you not call me that in
After a
front of the
sip
frog guy,
Bogatir's
please?
Potion, many things may haunt the mind. You may dream of what is to be, or of what shall never come to pass. No man knows truly where the Bogatir's path shall be.
I'm not even a real Bogatyr yet. And I'm already getting Bogatyr visions. When will you give me a proper quest, Papa Vasily?
And what makes you think you're fit for a heroic life, you yellow-beaked fledgling? Your father, he possessed the spark. And I haven't yet drunk away all my glorious Bogatyr strength.
Tell me of him, Papa. Tell me of my birth father. I never knew his face, yet my heart aches. A bitter pining consumes me.
Your father was a wonder, a Bogatyr beyond compare. He was a brother to me and a shield to the people. Our deeds were many and mighty until Kashay the Deathless brought him down. He never returned from the Thrice Nine Kingdom, so I raised you as my own flesh and blood.
Once I'm a Bogatyr, when that might flows through me, I shall ride to the Thrice Nine Kingdom and rend that foul Kashay into 1,000 tiny pieces. I cannot wait.
Neither wield the blade before your elder, nor boast of your strength as yet untested. For might matters little if you stand alone without a comrade at your side. Our sacred Bogatyr credo is this: to stand for one another until the bitter end. By the power of our heroic brotherhood, you shall crush any foe that crosses your path.
Well, I'd love to give it a try at least.
Where no might dwells, no legends grow. Go then, fight the brigands, drive away the insolent rabble, and grant the good folk some small respite.
Yep, the 3 other passengers on this cart are like, are we gonna fucking move or what? Are you guys just gonna sit here and have a conversation that doesn't involve us? What the fuck is happening?
Very well, Papa Vasily. I shall do as you say. Where's this village? Huh, you're not coming with me.
Oh,
you could rest a
I
while,
skipped it.
quaff
Whoops.
a cup of mead.
I have no time for cups, lad. No time for rest and idle chatter. My glorious Bogatyr's
Understood.
Understood. I shall not fail you. May the road rise to meet you. See you in Alaborg.
Find Kodok and Varasha. I will. I will find Kodok and Varasha.
Unlucky were they to stumble upon the brigands. So now they hang, warning all who dare pass this way.
What do you want, bitch?
Why so downcast, old man? Are you mourning someone?
What? Can't hear you.
Oh my god, I don't care.
The brigands threw their things into the ravine, and I can't give them a promise.
Okay.
Rest assured.
I'll grab their
I will.
shit. I'll grab their shit for you. Oh, another dice game. Let's go. Shit! Not my pig, not my farm, bro. I'm gonna play some dice.
Step aside.
Wait, what?
Step aside.
Why? What? What the fuck? Why can't I get this thing? And why won't you play dice with me?
Step aside.
God damn it. Yeah, it's a reward for beating the area. Yeah, I was hoping that wasn't the case.
Can't pass here, Sonny. You'll have to go around and kick the bridge down if you want to use it in your travels.
Sorry, two things are happening at once.
Hey, get away from him, you bastards!
Help!
Hang in there. There, that'll do it. We all good now?
Thank you, Bogatir.
You're welcome.
Don't worry. I'll retrieve your friend and deal with the brigands.
I'll take you wherever you say, even to the Tsarina. Fight them by the high road.
Okay. Thank you, Shroomy. Thanks for the dance, buddy. So how do you heal in the game? Oh, you put your weapon away and you dance with a shroom. What? Yeah, I know.
You should have stayed in your nest, Fletchley.
Hey! How dare you kidnap the villagers?
My gift to the Elder. And if we see you in these parts again, more heads will roll.
Severed head?
Step aside!
Step off, dipwad! Now why don't you make like a tree and get out of here? Not this way. Not this way. Step in time, step in time. Oh, what are those birds with the human heads called? Harpies? No, they're different. They're different. Not harpies. Harpies have like a whole, they like have the titties out and stuff. There's another one that's just a bird with a head.
Hey, good fella. I'll write you a verse about you for a nickel.
Okay, here you go.
Known to all the wide world is the bold Bogatir. His fists are big as boulders. He once gave Leshy a good thrashing.
That doesn't rhyme, you scoundrel.
Well, that would cost a nickel more.
That's not a poem. Make it rhyme.
Known to all the wide world is the bold Bogatir. Strong, the shield of hippo hide, solid and large. He won, that shield now by the river lies, beneath an oak that in the springtime sighs. From a stray arrow and a foe's blade, there's no better guard than one so sturdily made.
A shield, huh? Could you mark it on my map?
Why not?
Take care then, rascal.
You rascal. Never change. Temu bird. Man birds. Old wooden comb, huh?
Would you look at this strapping young lad?
Well, I'm flattered that you...
I go where I want,
Free to
bitch.
go wherever you like, laddie. But we've got strict rules now.
What would a filthy swine like you do with a gold coin? Get out of my way before I take your other eye out.
Well, that ain't no way to talk to people, my good lad. I tried to be nice, but now we're gonna take both your gold and your shoes.
Oh, those guys are really hurting me. Damn it. Oh, the music was just starting to kick in, damn it. I killed him too fast. About to roll Joel. Chachi, go ahead. 5 if, okay.
Where's Brazen? Did they slay him?
He lives, but their might is great.
Yep.
Come on, I'll help you. I won't leave you.
Okay. All right, little child, where are you going? You won't leave me, but you're leaving me right now. Oh, his name is Snotnose, by the way. Follow little Snotnose.
Hey, come down.
Okay, I'll come down. Here I come, watch out. Fuck. That was good. Kill him. Oh.
My path ends here.
Okay.
The main square is straight.
You true?
This is no pit, but a giant's grave. Cozy too. Brazen, Shelly, and I did the decorating.
Okay.
Masters of logic, truly.
God, I just want to play dice with that other thing. Can I do that?
Hey, what are you doing? Come on. Kick him. Stop it.
Oh, you got knocked the
I
fuck
could
out.
polish anyone's mug. You are not my boss if you can't beat me in a fight, old man.
Be still already, you hothead. Aren't you done stirring up the village? You should be helping to keep the peace, not raising mayhem.
I am helping.
I'm
I put
helping.
everyone in their place with my fists.
Out of my sight, insolent youth. May a giant tumble from the sky and knock some sense into your thick skull. And who are you, traveler, to want
Me? A bogatir.
It's the same as everywhere.
Yeah.
I've already made the acquaintance.
Yeah.
Yet another sorrow.
Yeah.
I shall do what I can. Wait. What is that? Do you hear it?
And there's this shit. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? It does look a little bit like me, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it did look a little bit like me, for sure. We need a giant like a whole end. Hurry up, help the people, then defeat the monster. Very well, I'll help however I can. Kill the bleached creatures. No, that was great. Those little interstitials are fucking dynamite. They're fucking great. Oh. Okay. Ah, here we go. What is with this game? This is fucking weird as shit. I love it. North fucking mythology is awesome. This is where the giant fell from the sky, and this is what happened to him. He's just a big old pile of fucking bones and gore and blood.
Come here. You're a bucketeer.
And a great one at that.
Yep.
Help an old man out, eh? Ah, well. Can't you see we were nearly crushed by a giant?
Right.
Just some honey from a beehive?
That's right.
The dip.
Oh,
Okay.
and if you find any meat upon your travels, fetch it here.
Okay.
Go back to your missus, Gramps.
Yeah, Gramps. Oh, 7 league boots. Oh. There we go. Woodsmith's armor. Okay, sounds good. Okay, now I have them, I bet. No, I don't. All right, whatever. All right. Will we be closing with the titty game? We might. We might. I'm gonna play one other game before then. I just wanted to see, like, the head of the giant, which I think is over this way. I just wanted to see it all mashed on the ground. Oh, this is his tongue. Jesus Christ. This reminds me of that Love, Death, and Robots episode. Okay. All right. Fucking fucked up cool little game, man. Gotta say, that was way more interesting than I thought it was going to be. Trippy, dude. All right, let's see what the next game is going to be. You guys voted for Causal Loop, it looks like. Yeah, Causal Loop. All right. Let's give it a look. I don't know if we'll have time for another one. Probably not, but if we have some time at the end of the day, we'll go back to Dreams and Desires just for a little bit, since, you know, we played it first and we wanted to give a taste to the people who, like, showed up late, so we'll do that. Okay, let me see Causal Loop. How much are you? Not bad. 16 bucks. Sure. This one looks like a cool little puzzle game that uses, like, time rewind mechanics to solve little, you know, first-person puzzle platforming things. Okay. You're having trouble, so let's refresh you. There we go.
Give it a sec.
Causal
That's
Loop.
why I get the big bucks.
Until your contract gets terminated again.
Yeah, thanks for the tip, Walter.
Whoa, it's incredible. going on?
Okay, what is this game? Well, Causal Loop is a narrative puzzler that blends mind-bending mechanics with a rich sci-fi story about time, consequence, and survival. Solve intricate puzzles by using the signature echo mechanic to record, replay, and interact with up to 3 versions of your past self. Can you break the loop? I thought it was Casual Loop when I first saw it too. Took me a couple of tries to get Causal out of it. This one came out April 23rd, so 2 days ago. Developed by Mirebound Interactive, published by Head Up. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $17.99 or $16.99 if you have Viewfinder, which I do, or Talos Principle, which I also have. Let's go. Yeah, a little Braid, that's what I said. I was like, Braid? You know, time rewind? I guess it's not a mechanic that hasn't been around for a while, but I think Braid is the one that everybody remembers. Yep, English, please. Photosensitivity warning, y'alls. Flashing lights and whatnot. Okay, let's see. Yeah, whatever. No. Head bobbing off. Goddamn. Camera shake's fine, whatever. Sure, whatever. Okay. More graphics, anything? Windowed full screen, okay. Quality. Maximum qualities. No frame generation. Oh, AMD. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's why. All right. Motion blur strength. No. Okay. New game, let's go. By default, the chapter will start from the beginning, or if unlocked, you may start a specific checkpoint. Okay, yeah. Let's go. You playing with vertical sync 60 FPS? Oh, fuck, I don't even know. I barely look anymore. I don't know what the presets are.
From the moment we looked up, we chased shadows, cast by forgotten stars. We searched the void for signs that we were not the first. And when silence answered, we turned to what was left behind. We unearthed the ruins of silent worlds, not to disturb the dead, but to understand why their voices faded.
Boring. We haven't even started yet.
Still fighting.
Stretching my legs. That allowed?
Walter's picking up some low resonance activity at the gate.
Well, I'm sure he's got plenty of ideas how to open it.
Come on, Slowpoke, we need you here. Might be something worth poking at.
Yeah. On my way.
Attaboy.
Oh, okay. So shift is not run, shift is walk. So you're already running. No, I don't mind if it's shift is walk if you're already running at max speed. I'd rather just run at max speed always anyways.
If there is a mechanism, it clearly doesn't respond to our...
Took you long enough, Slowpoke.
It's sealed tight. Material composition, unknown alloy. Similar to the pieces we already logged. No response to proximity. Energy readings localized near upper conduit housing. Possibly a control junction.
Yeah, I see it. We could short it, overload the junction, and see if that does anything.
The part about the control junction is a theory, Bale. Nothing more. Besides, we'd risk damaging it.
No guts, no glory.
Yeah, but we're not here to dismantle ancient alien tech, Bale.
Signal's leading into that mountain. Do you want to get in or not?
Only I can reach the junction.
Then by all means, hover up and make yourself useful.
Go get him, Wheatley.
Careful, Walter.
Walter.
Just make sure you don't short yourself instead of that junction.
Would be a real shame, that.
Oh, that may have overloaded something. It's possible the gate is no longer operational.
Give it a sec. And that's why I get the big bucks.
We're in.
Until your contract gets terminated again.
Shut the fuck up, Walter.
Done marking territory. Maybe we step inside.
Let's go. Step inside. Walk this way. Rewind time, babe.
No worries.
Hey,
I
hey!
can open it again if we need to leave.
By the way, this is my jump. Watch
force field tech.
Watch the height of my jump.
Behind the barrier.
Whoa.
Likely what's powering it.
Yeah, but
whoa.
Can't short it from this side.
Whoa.
There's a narrow passage beyond the collapse over there. I might be able to find a way around to get to the circuit.
Careful. Messing with ancient alien tech might destroy it. Or so I've been told.
Bill.
No worries, Jen. I don't have an ego to bruise.
Oh, you've got plenty of ego, trust me.
Fair, but it's still only simulated.
All right, that's enough. Walter, see if you can find a way around.
With pleasure.
You'd like to see me jump higher than that? Well, Austin, I got news for you. So would I.
You don't have to keep poking him, you know?
What? He keeps starting it.
No, you beat him. Every chance you get.
Because he's not here for the mission. He's here to keep me in line.
He's here to make sure we finish the mission. That's not the same thing.
You really siding with him?
No. I'm siding with you. I always do. But that doesn't mean you get to sabotage this.
I didn't ask to be dragged back into this.
You didn't say no either. Guess he's still alive.
Come on, give me a puzzle to solve already. Jesus Christ. Let's go, yappy yappers.
Fields down. You're welcome.
Looks like even simulated egos enjoy a win.
Let's move, guys. Oh my god. The first intact glyphs we've seen. Walter, did you log them?
Walter.
Already done when I passed through earlier. I've started a translation matrix, but we'll need more samples.
Well, I've got a feeling there's going to be plenty to go around.
They weren't just engineers. They had a strong sense of identity. This was built to endure.
Or to warn. As always, context is everything.
If you can't hear what it's saying, you're not listening hard enough.
Yeah, I agree with that, Reverall. Reverall.
Already logged, Jen.
Hold on. Now that you're talking, I gotta fucking... There. Uncapped frame rate. No VSync. There.
Still
I don't know if that's... Oh, that made a difference, and it's not good. It made it look bad. Let's do 120 then, with vertical sync. Nope, that's... Nope. I don't know. It doesn't like it. We'll put it back to the way it was. It was fine. It was fine the way it was.
Looks like another gate. Hold on.
No, I don't get screen tearing, but
Glyph in the center.
I just leave it to default usually. Whatever they decide, I just leave it on.
Reference marker of some kind.
Bale, your integrated scanner is more refined than mine. Would you take a look at the gate, please?
Okay. Oh, hold the scan. There we go.
Same base alloys as the rest of the site, but the central locking plate, it's been molecularly reshaped over and over. Energy spike detected. Something just activated across that gap. Marking it now.
Looks like a device of some sort. Guess it's my turn. Activating
Okay.
my jump pack.
That pit's deep, Bale. Miss a ledge and you'll fall.
It ain't the fall that worries me. It's the sudden stop at the bottom.
Thanks, Sundance. Oh my God, Quaid! Start the reactor, Quaid!
That wasn't mechanical. Bale, door's open. You better come see this.
Matter displacement through energy dissolution. Fascinating.
Try to keep up, Slowpoke.
Show off.
Whoa. Bale, this monolith, it's incredible. I need a minute to log these. Maybe I can start cross-referencing with the Matrix.
You do that. I'll look for a way forward.
Whee! Ow,
The
apparently.
entrance just sealed itself. We're locked in.
Relax. Complex like this, there's always another exit.
This one's almost a perfect match from earlier.
The gate is responding, but it looks like there's not enough power.
2 terminals, 1 gate. And the glyphs on them seem to be matching up.
Yep.
Jen, I might need a second pair of hands here.
Fine, but Walter, log everything on that monolith. I want a full capture.
Adding it to the Matrix.
All right, now what?
I'll go in once it's open. You stay here with Walter.
Because I'm the delicate one.
Because we've got no idea what's in there, and it's my job to find out.
All right. See if you can find a way to let us through from the other side.
Will do.
Give us a count.
Gladly. Engaging synchronization. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Bye, bitches!
That was
Ow!
not simultaneous. Resetting the sequence.
Wait, what?
3, 2, 1. Now. Too slow, Bale. Starting over. 3, 2, 1. Now. Let's try again. 3, 2, 1. Now. Let's try again. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Okay, it's pitch black in here.
Okay.
You might want to activate your amplifier.
Yeah, thanks for the tip, Walter. But, my amplifier's toggle is broken.
I'll interface remotely and activate the amplifier via suit link.
Oh, hell no. You stay out of my suit, buddy.
Bale, your safety is my primary concern. Connecting to your suit is the most efficient solution.
Fine. But if you mess with anything else in here, I'm gonna recycle you.
I've got full control of your amplifier now. No need to worry about it anymore.
Now, power, power. Where's power? Well, that did something.
Status?
Power's up, working on the door now. Hang tight.
Finally. Was starting to think you'd set up camp in here.
Hey, I'm a professional. Slow, but professional.
This place is bigger than I thought. What's down that tunnel?
I don't know, I've just let you in.
Then that's where I'm going.
I'll stay in this chamber and initiate a detailed structural scan. I'm a bit worried about the stability of this place.
Yeah, very interesting, Walter. Any ideas on how to open this gate?
No, I was busy trying to make sure we don't all die in here.
Okay. You're such a curmudgeon, Spherebot.
I've got the Matrix online. You'll want to see this.
On my way, ma'am.
Gonna call me a slowpoke again, bitch?
Hey, what you up to?
It's covered in glyphs. Look at the size.
How's it even staying up like that?
What the hell are you two talking about?
I synced the matrix to your suit. Go ahead, scan the artifact. You'll get an initial translation right in your dossier.
All right. Activating the scanner.
Good.
The work begins. The Conclave demands haste, for the world weakens faster with each cycle. We draw together the brightest among us, bound by one purpose, to restore what our hunger has undone. The surface cracks, the skies dim, and the seas retreat from poisoned shores. All know that if we fail, nothing will remain. The project is veiled in secrecy. Even those who build it now are know little beyond its promise. To still the planet's decline, to turn back the tide of ruin. I hope that it is true. There will not be another chance. Nalator.
So, what do you think?
This entire complex was built in a hurry to prevent some kind of planetary disaster.
Parallels are being drawn.
Tor.
Yeah. Could this have anything to do with the signal we're following?
Okay, that didn't sound good.
Jem, Bale, I need you both back here. Now.
Copy. We're on our way.
Okay, here I come. Whee! Ow, my feet. I'm at 75% health already. What the fuck? Just from hurting my feet?
The quake fractured the far wall. There's a breach. It cuts straight through to the next section. Same area the adjacent gate would have led to.
If the tunnel gets me past the gate, I might be able to open it from the other side and let you guys in. Same as before.
Just don't get stuck in there. I'm not dragging you out by the boots.
By the boots?
Amplifier.
Thank you.
Okay, that's... Yep, pretty sure I can get through.
Don't worry, I'll be monitoring you all the way.
Lucky me. I'm through. I see the gate, but the entire area is powered down.
Understood. Start looking for a way to restore power.
Yeah!
Oh, you think that's a good approach? Who could have thought?
Easy there, Tiger.
See? So do the same thing I did last time? Okay, I'll do that, Spherebot.
Just what I needed. Focus, Bale. You got this. Well, guess I found the right spot. Okay, something just came alive down here. You seeing anything on your end? Is the gate open?
Still sealed. But whatever you did, we felt it.
All right. I'll keep digging.
What about this one? Oh, I did it. I did something.
Well, that didn't feel right.
Hey, guys. How's that gate doing?
Guys.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm a dick. Oops, I'm a dick.
Hey, can you hear me? I'm coming back. Hey, the gate's open. Come on through.
Guys? Guys, did I just open a temporal anomaly?
What the hell? Where are they? Hey, I opened the damn door. You could at least say thanks. This doesn't make sense. They couldn't have just vanished.
Just causally looping, no problem. Casually, causally looping.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, there you are.
You've got to be kidding me.
What? How are you behind us?
You never passed us. We've been here since the gate opened, looking for you.
I've been trying to reach you on comms. You didn't answer.
Yeah,
We have the
bitches.
same experience. Intriguing.
All right. Whatever that was, the signals flared up significantly as well. We move on. Agreed?
Yeah.
Agreed?
Let's go before it gets weirder.
The music in this sucks. You don't like it?
Huh. Maybe I can find the meat.
Oh my god! That's why you said that, you fucking turd. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Are you awake? Everybody awake? I'm awake. Well, thanks to Sicily. You paid for this game.
Shut up, cunt face.
Indeed.
Okay. What the hell did I just do?
You activated a horizontal force field. Might act as a photonic bridge, stabilized by anchor nodes on each side.
A bridge? You mean I could walk across that thing?
I don't see why not. But you won't be fast enough to get there before it turns off again.
I won't. I will. No, I won't. You're right. Shit. That's what I get for fucking around.
Jen?
Yeah, I heard you. Go on, Tiger, but be careful.
More precisely, be quick. That bridge will only hold for about 5 seconds.
I'll activate the bridge, you run across.
Yeah, I got it.
Walter,
Fucking go.
count us in.
Go.
Copy. Engaging synchronization. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Whee!
All right. That wasn't so hard. Your turn, Jen.
All right. And no countdown, Walter. I've seen how it works.
Understood. Proceed when ready.
Okay.
All right, go.
We're just kidding.
Remarkable.
Damn
That
it.
was flawlessly timed.
Not bad for a linguist.
Baby stuff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna restart the checkpoint to see if I could drop her or not.
Into the unknown.
Sorry. Just got a bit excited. I'll wait for you guys.
One day, game devs will learn the strength of the medium is interactivity, and it should be used as a vehicle for their story. Yeah, I agree.
So, where do you want to go? Left or right?
We need to go left. That's where the signal's coming from.
Thanks for the input, Walter, but that's my call.
Following the signal then. Fine by me. Ready?
Well, we're way down the rabbit hole now.
Walter, what's the signal strength? Are we closing in?
Closing in? We're practically standing in it. Almost no more measurable attenuation.
So, this is the heart of it.
A lot of starting and stopping right away, guys. A lot of starting and stopping.
Peek under them first.
Oh, did I die? No, I'm good.
That statue isn't the source, Bale.
This is an archaeological mission, Walter. We're here to learn, not to fetch.
And I'm here to make sure the learning doesn't blow up in your face again.
Another force field. And we're fresh out of junction nodes to short.
Hey, I've seen plenty of nodes in this chamber. One of them has to be tied to the field.
You heard her, Walter. Get zapping.
Oh no, Buster. Every time I short one of those nodes, my armature bleeds power. We need to find the right one first.
Fine. We'll both look.
I'll handle the ones you can't reach. Use your scanner on the rest. Marking them now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Is this it?
Negative. No luck on my end either. So far.
How about this one?
Wrong node. Keep looking.
Did we get it? What happened? Oh, there he is. Or, oh, yeah. I can't reach that one. Okay. Oh, up here.
Any
Okay.
day now, Bale. Just
Shut
point and
your
stab.
fucking
Very
face,
advanced
bro. I'm getting to it.
Walter?
Bingo. That's the one. I'll be right over.
Refreshing to see you two working together.
Yeah. It's downright exhilarating.
Open sesame. Sorry. Had to be done.
Oh, sorry, I skipped your dialogue. I apologize.
Signal strength is at maximum. Whatever it is, it's right in front of us.
Now I'm really curious what's causing it.
We'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, about that.
Easy does it. No need to rush now.
I'm not rushing.
Okay, that was officially unsettling. What's happening?
Get in the
That's
machine,
gotta be the source
dude.
of the signal.
Energy readings are off the charts. If I had to take a guess, I'd say we're looking at some kind of power source.
Yeah, but what is it powering?
These nuts.
Well, I'd say we're officially invited to find out.
Or, and hear me out, we don't risk our lives by messing with the inauspicious glowing sphere.
Come on now.
If that statement is completely lost on you, isn't it?
Just throwing ideas around.
Noted. Now, let me do my job, please.
You could at least pretend you're thinking this through, Bale.
Like I said, I'm not in a rush. This is me very carefully strolling. See? Nothing to be afraid of.
Yep.
Oh, crap.
Bale? What's going on?
I'm sealed in. The whole thing just locked shut.
Localized mass energy distortion field detected. You need to get out, now.
How, Walter? Everything's locked down in here.
Then find an override, emergency release, manual bypass, anything.
All right. Override.
Hurry.
Well, this is as close as I'm gonna get.
No, Bale, not that.
Too late.
Jen!
Bye.
You're in over your head, as usual.
Wait, mysterious voice? That's my voice.
All right, Reed. What's the catch?
And hello to you too, Bale.
Didn't think I'd see this office again. Thought you made it pretty clear I was done.
I didn't kick you off the program by accident, if that's what you mean.
So what changed?
Centac 94 picked up a signal in the Cygnus sector, Altsat 6A, and it's loud.
So it's true then. You want me back.
I don't want you back, but the situation requires your particular brand of chaos.
I guess we're skipping the part where you pretend to trust me again?
Trust has nothing to do with it. This is about results, nothing more.
I'll ask again, Reed. What's the catch?
A watchful eye.
Define watchful eye.
That'd be me. Afternoon, Bale. I'll be your friendly mission co-pilot on this one.
Oh, hell no.
Bale, it's not a bad deal.
You knew about this, Jen?
You're the professional, Bale.
You're a loose
I'll
cannon,
just be offering
Bale,
a few
but you get shit
suggestions
done.
along the way.
That AI is a leash, Reed, and you know it.
Bale, please.
Enough! You want the mission? Walter comes with you. Non-negotiable.
And if I say no?
You walk. And the next person I call gets the credit for doing what you couldn't.
I'll have to think it over.
No, you
Think
won't. You're
fast.
doing it,
Briefings
dipshit.
at 0900. Don't be late.
Yeah, a lot of odd choices for this game. The conversation flashback is just like showing us the cave where we were in.
Accident. His heart has stopped. I have to intervene immediately. We're in an emergency situation. I can't even identify these new... I understand.
Oh, I'm gonna jerk off with that glowing hand. You bet your sweet ass.
Cardiopulmonary resuscitation in progress. Administering stimulant. Cardioversion in 3, 2, 1.
What the hell happened?
The device you were trapped in overloaded. There was an energy surge, and we were displaced.
Wait, why are you in my suit?
Oh, so I get to take Walter, but not the hot chick that's with the cool accent, huh?
And to
Okay.
ensure your survival.
My survival? What about Jen?
There wasn't a choice. Her signal vanished before I could act. I had no way to help her.
You're telling me you left her behind?
I didn't leave her. She was gone before I could make a decision.
Her VA was expensive.
Still find her.
I don't believe this.
Bale, I understand your frustration, but the priority now is moving forward. Higher ground might offer answers, or at least a signal.
Don't tell me what to do. Just stay out of my way.
Wow, this contentious relationship is just gonna keep getting better and better, I think.
What the? Are you seeing this? How do we miss that?
This structure definitely didn't register on the topological data we collected during planetfall.
So where did it come from?
Well, either it was hidden from our sensors, or it wasn't here until just now.
Well, whatever it is, it can wait. Priority 1 is Jen. Great. Bridge is down. And no terminal in sight to bring it online.
What did you do?
Thank you.
Nothing. Must be a proximity thing.
Possible, but the timing feels a little too convenient.
You're overly paranoid for
Well-
wireless circuits, aren't you?
That gate there.
Too slow.
Oh.
If only I could be in 2 places at once.
If only.
look. Another proximity thing just happened.
Fine. It's suspicious. Happy now?
Doesn't look like we're going to get in from this side.
Oh, good. More hot sauce.
Lava. Famously spicy on the way down.
Come on, Walter. Can't see Jack in here.
Amplifier active. I'm reading a surge of residual energy beneath the structure.
Activate the terminals, Bale.
I will.
Since when do you do impressions, Walter?
That wasn't me.
Activate the terminals, then we'll talk. Do it now.
I will. Are they... Okay, now I can do it.
Good. I'm sure you have questions. Ask.
Okay, who the hell am I talking to?
I am Nalator. My people once called me the Observer. I am all that remains of my kind.
Or Hank.
I wasn't alone when
You can call me Hank if you want.
You mean the iteration called Jen. She is safe. I will help you find her. But first, you must understand your condition.
What condition? What are you talking about?
Your meddling with the chronolith fractured the fabric of reality, altering the very constants that define your existence.
The chronolith? The device I activated? How exactly did it change me?
Watch closely.
I'm measuring elevated levels of quantum interference, Bale.
What is that?
A phase rift.
Right.
Sure. But let's pretend for a second that I don't know what that is.
Step into the rift, channel its energy, and then activate the terminal outside. Everything else will become apparent soon.
What the... How am I doing that? Is this me?
The rift created an echo, an iteration of yourself compressed into our own dimension. Once it has reached the end of its path, it should loop back to the beginning and repeat its actions.
Okay, let me go! Thank you. There's my guy. Oh, thanks, buddy.
Okay, here we are. Now what?
Practice your new ability. Hone it well. There will be many challenges ahead.
You said you could help me find Jen. Where is she?
Let me walk around while you talk, you fucking game.
Then will our interests align?
Walter, any ideas where the voice is coming from?
I haven't got the slightest idea.
Thank you.
It's coming from everywhere.
What do you mean with everywhere?
It's a spatial broadcast. The entire area is vibrating with his signal. There's no single source. It's like the sound's being bent and reflected around us.
Well, the gateway problem just became a bridge problem. But I can't see a phase rift.
I will provide one for you.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Kindly, Nalator.
Nalator, idiot. Nalator, really stupid thing.
Hang on, Walter? Can you make these
Nalaturd,
echoes
thank you.
a little more obvious by adjusting the interface?
Funny. You finally remembered the pile of circuits has its uses. Start branching a new echo.
Let's try this again.
I have added an indicator in the center of your hut to keep track of the overall branch time. In addition to tracking the echo...
Get out of my way!
I also assigned a color to it.
All right, that's better. Guess I can work with this.
I'm thrilled to be of service. Really.
Checkpoint, maybe?
Looks like a dead end. And another mystery device.
It's unpowered, though. And I can't detect any potential power sources nearby. Never mind. I'll be able to do a proper scan now.
So, what is it?
Step onto it.
Could you cut the crap and just tell me what it is, Walter?
Just step onto it!
And you'll see.
Just go!
Some kind of teleporter, isn't it?
You know
Just
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
fucking
Just
let me move into it!
This time.
Walter, if this is a teleporter...
Stop stopping me!
I knew it! It was a teleporter!
Well, your psychological profile did note a marked aversion to matter displacement technology.
You could say that again. How do I even know I'm still me?
Bale, I am not reckless. If I had any doubts, I wouldn't have let you use it. Simple.
Screw it. Got any bright ideas where to go next?
Perhaps. I'm picking up faint EM bursts from one of our signal beacons.
Must be one of Jen's then.
Thank you.
Where is it?
Head north. The readings indicate it's nearby.
Incredible view.
Sure. And plenty of ways for you to meet it from below.
Thanks, Walter. Very reassuring.
Ideal in probability, Bale, not flattery.
There's our beacon.
The beacon was activated 2 hours and 17 minutes ago.
Is this what I think it is?
Equipment left behind by someone else. It's recent. And the readings here are unusual. Multiple overlapping EM signatures.
Might have been Jen.
Focus. Your attention on speculation is a waste of precious time.
You said you'd leave me to Jen. When do you make good?
All right, time for boobs. Let's move on. There's a lot of yapping, and I wanted to play the game, but let's do boobs. There we go. Dreams and Desires, a little taste for you. If you weren't here earlier today, we played this game, the first game we played, and it was fucking hilarious. So we're going from that like super heady yappy game to this one that is yappy but not super heady, I would say. What do we add, Mr. Let's see. What are we getting rid of, I guess?
Oh, Jesus, Cash, that's the money shot.
All right, that's the money shot is gone. There you go. That's a good one.
Who has my pocket pussy? Who has my pocket pussy?
Who has my pocket pussy? I don't know what that's from, but it's great. All right, well, we're going to put that on the board. It's A2. Pocket pussy. Perfect. Pocket pussy's A2 now up on the big board. There we go. Mr. Mrs. Soundbite is in. Okay, let's give it a save. There we go. Save it up. Perfect. Okay. Back to Dreams and Desires. Okay, if you weren't here to begin with, don't worry, you didn't miss much like plot per se. We were trying to be an intern at this VR company, and our best friend right here in the big glasses here, she beat us out for the internship, and we got fired, and now we don't know what happens. We're in the middle of this. Oh no! Oh no! Where's my mouse? Oh, is it because the controller's plugged in? Okay, let's take that out. There. Okay. There we go. Okay. What's in my journal? Okay. So this is where we're at. Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, we got fired, but I don't know what happens after that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. This is our boss, or our previous boss, who fired us. And we saw her at the gym. She's like, no hard feelings, dipshit, but she was just better than you. Maybe, hey, I wish you all the success. And then she left the gym, and she came back. She's like, I locked all my shit in my car. What do I do? So I gave her my phone to call a cab, and this is what's happening.
Perfect. John, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You absolutely saved me.
This is why I love Indie Saturday. It's so educational. The most important lesson being that, sadly, there is no such thing as an ironic wank sex in Zeke Town.
Yep. Yep.
If the gym had a do not disturb section, this would be it.
That's it. Do not disturb them. Don't disturb her either. We can't talk to her. Okay, what about the free weight section? Is there anybody in there? Oh, there's Kate. Kate's in here working out. Let's see what she's doing. Oh my good lord. That's some neat workout gear you got there, Kate. I'm just gonna stare at you until you notice me.
Hey, so what's up, girl?
So what's up, girl?
All week.
Oh my
like
god.
last time I was here, we had a real connection. What's up with that?
I've told you I'm not interested. Please leave me alone.
Oh, so I have to step in on this?
You're just gonna be working all week? Can't you take a load off?
I'm just staring at this happening.
I'm busy. I'm not interested.
Yeah, this is a VR game, by the way.
What,
If you
are
can't
waiting
tell
for
by
Mr.
this.
Mr. Perfect, Mr. Handsome to walk through the door? Newsflash, he's very funny. I mean, come on.
I know someone creepier than me? Weird.
I said that. Leave me alone.
Playing hard to get. Alright, fine. But they always come around.
Bye.
Okay, now do I say something or do I just stand here? I guess I just stand here still, not saying anything. Wow, I didn't even step into White Knighter, huh?
Hey, John. You saw that, didn't you? That guy has been bothering me for weeks. I'm so tired of it. Actually, can you do me a favor?
Oh, sorry.
The next time he tries to pull something like that, would you pretend to be my boyfriend?
This is VR.
I just really, really need him to back off.
Sicily, thank you for the gifted sub to D2 Alger. All right. Sure, Kate, anything to help. Pretend I think I can handle being your boyfriend. Or sorry, Kate. Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's do that.
Pretend I think I can handle being your boyfriend. I'll make it convincing.
All right, Casanova. Just don't overdo it.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
You bet. My pleasure. Oh, here he comes again.
So, babe, you think about the offer I made earlier? Come on now.
Look at the braids on this Chad. Oh my god.
I said no. Please leave me alone.
Oh, why you gotta be like that? Just, say yes already.
Oh my god.
Let go of me. I said no.
Kick him in the balls. Yeah, decline to help. Oh my god. Yep. I'm not helping.
Come on, girl.
I gotta
Stop
see what
being so
happens.
dramatic. You know you'll love this if you just give me a chance. Like, come on.
Get your hands off of me. One more move and I'm calling the cops.
Okay. Hey, jeez, just relax. All right? I'm just trying to be nice. Like, what the heck?
Get it.
Get it.
Can't even take a compliment these days, bro.
Women, man. I believe. High five, bro. High five.
Hey, John. Don't worry about earlier. That guy won't be coming around here again. But thanks for sticking around anyway.
I guess we win? That was a win? You bet. Okay.
Need to keep going.
Okay. Nope, they're still okay. I guess I'll leave then. Goodbye.
All done at the gym.
Yep.
Time to grab a drink at Stacy's.
Time to grab a drink at bar with Stacy. Stacy. See what she's wearing today. If it's different, it's not.
Nobody sitting.
Oops.
Nobody sitting? Yeah, that's how you know the music's fire. That's not small talk. That's soft flirting.
Soft flirting, like my penis.
Lounge zone? Looks comfy. I'll stop by later.
All right, Stacy, what do you got for me?
Good evening, John. Let me know if I can get you anything. Otherwise, enjoy your night.
Wait, what was that? That was cold. Gave me the cold brush off shoulder.
Guess now? Not my best timing.
Okay. Oh, bartender station.
Bartender station. I've always wanted to mix a few drinks and bad decisions.
Well, let's go. What the fuck?
Guess now? Not my best timing.
Okay. I guess I'll leave? Well, that was fucking bonerific. Now what do? I'm jobless. What the fuck? I'm not even interning anymore. What do I do with my day?
Okay, I'm awake. Let's see what happens today.
Check the news. Scientists invent healthy sugar. The most valuable company in the world. Tech giant Maple officially surpassed 4 trillion mark. Wow. Okay. What's the weather like? Sunny and 74. Sounds good. Let's get out of here. Go downstairs. See what's in the backyard. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Go back in. And let's get outside.
He's parked here so long, I'm thinking of charging rent.
Yeah.
I should get to college.
Oh, I'm going to college. Okay. So I'm not interning anymore. Might as well go back to college. Wait, did we start over? Because this is where we started. We didn't start over.
Tense atmosphere, huh?
Oh, wow. Look at all of you. Some of you are dressed a lot nicer than last time I saw you. Picked up a few things maybe from...
Did I lose and they didn't tell me?
Some people look a little tired, a little worse for wear. Some people look happy tired. Some people look a little disappointed. How's it been? Did you enjoy yourselves? Yeah.
Oh, she's giving us a review after the internship.
It
was very antiquated.
Or she's, yeah, asking us how the internship
Well,
went.
I can talk to you about it afterwards if you like, and we can try and work out what went wrong, and I can reach out to them, and maybe we'll see if we can find something that will help.
This
you.
might be the wrap up.
I didn't feel that you received that, but it's also good for me to hear from them as well.
Thank you.
How about, did anyone have a good experience?
I did.
Yeah?
Surprisingly, yeah.
Okay.
I bet you did too, bitch. You stole my
It
internship.
was better than I expected, so. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, they're an excellent company to have contacts, they told you.
Yeah, I think it's working out.
Good. All right, well, it's time to hear how you've all gone. So, why don't we get started, hey guys? All right, I have the final internship placements. This was a very competitive process, and unfortunately not everyone made it through, but generally you all did a really good job. All right, John.
Yeah, what?
So John, I regret to inform you that the company has decided to not move forward with you.
I know that. I was there.
That's a And you have so much potential, so keep working hard, and I'm sure another opportunity that's even better will come along. Lily. Congratulations. You secured the position.
She got the job, yep.
Exactly, yes. Round of applause. Your dedication and your effort paid off, and they're really eager to have you, so well done.
John, I didn't expect this.
All right. Well, let's have a
You were there when they fired me, stupid!
Okay, lucky last. The person with the most complaints at the beginning of the internship space, but Ella Lewis. Yeah. Congratulations, they're offering you a place in the company. Yes. Oh my god, yay! You didn't? Well, why is no one clapping? Come on. You all seem exhausted, so why don't we wrap it up? If you have any questions, come and chat to me, but otherwise, congratulations to those who made it, and you will be okay to the people who didn't. Okay?
They made a whole game out of the story everyone skips at the beginning of a porno, right? Yeah. Shut up.
I've been meaning to tell you.
Shut up.
Chad really helped me out during this internship. He's such a good person.
Chad!
Always looking out for me.
Fucking Chad!
I don't think that I could have done any of this without him.
Why are you telling me this? The job should have been mine. I just worked just hard, maybe harder. I'm happy for you, Lily, and for Chad. I thought you were good enough to do it on your own. Chad isn't looking out for you. He's using you. You know what? I'm gonna keep trying. See if she wants to bone me.
Honestly, Lily, I'm surprised you even needed help. I thought you were good enough to do it on your own. I guess I was wrong.
Oh, that.
John,
What if I
nobody really cares what you think.
said it like that?
Better if it makes you feel better.
Good Lord. Wow. I didn't know I said it like that, like a fucking dickhead. Good God. Oh.
Always busy, always calm. How does she even do that?
Why the fuck am I still here?
That clock never moved fast enough.
Okay.
Every time the teacher said, let's watch a short clip, I knew it was a trap.
What the fuck, dude? I can't even talk to them? I would love to talk to the teacher. Okay, I guess I'll just fucking leave?
Time for a workout. I should head to the gym.
Yep, let's go. Oh, fuck. This game went on longer than I thought. Oh yeah, that one's for the ladies. Oh yeah.
Hey, my shift's over and I'm heading out. See you around.
Okay, bye.
Job done. Time to head to the bar.
What is happening?
Damn, that guy's got a clean cut. I need his barber's number.
He's bald, dude!
Is that dancing or a team meeting? No overthinking, no posing, just good energy.
Ooh, now that top is really working for you, Stace. Wait, no, go up to the bar. What are you doing?
Oh, hey John. You're a good person and I'm glad we met. But I have a lot to get back to.
Oh my
so
God.
Maybe we'll catch up another time?
So I just failed everything? I just failed everything. I got the worst ending on everything.
Not a good time. I'll come back later.
Fuck me. I ended up with nobody. Not even the secretary.
Life doesn't always go the way we plan. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we end up at a crossroads, feeling lost, and uncertain about the next step. But every ending is just the beginning of something new.
Nothing to lose. The end. What in the fuck? What is this? How? Okay, hold on. Okay, there's a secret ending. Okay. As you play every smart move, bold choice, story outcome gives unique achievements reflected. The deeper you go, the more the game gives back. How the hell? Endings. I got the fucking Chad ending. Oh, there is an ending where you get all of them? Maybe? Looks like? Wait, no. Hold on. No, journal. There you go. What does 85% mean? Okay, so these are the 4 girls you could end up with, I guess. Ah, yeah, there we go. Lily, Jessica, Stacy, and Kate. So those are the 4 you can end up with. So you can't even end up with the secretary. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like after chapter 3, I fucked it all up. Because I got 85% on the first chapter, 85% on the second chapter, and then the third chapter, I just got like, I dicked myself.
Yo, where am I? What the hell happened last night?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Oh, the choices in chapter 2 fucked me
You
up.
have been out like a light
Oh no!
all night.
Oh, I can skip. Okay. Hold on. There we go.
Okay.
Out we go.
New day, new me. Or at least that's the plan.
Oh, hey.
Stacy. Let's see. I'm John. You're always handling the crowd like a pro.
Hi, Stacy. I'm John. I think I've seen you at the bar before. You're always handling the crowd like a pro.
Oh, wow, that's so sweet of you to say. Yeah, it does get hectic, but you know what? I really enjoy the energy. So, what do you do for a living, John?
I'm an internship. Oh yeah. Yeah. There you go.
I'm starting an internship in tech. It's exciting, but I bet bartending has its stories.
Oh, you would not believe some of the stories. Some nights.
Oh, I'm writing it down. You bet.
Honestly, feels like
I'm absolutely
stand-up
doing that.
But you should come by sometime. I'll show you around. So, how about you? Do you go out much?
There you go.
Only if you're behind the bar to keep things interesting.
Boom!
What's your go-to drink to impress someone? Asking for a friend.
Wow, John. Maybe that friend of yours needs some better advice.
Oh, shit.
How about you just stick to, I'll see you around.
Oh, fuck that one right
I
up.
didn't expect to meet someone like her today.
Okay, I don't care about her anyways. I want the best friend.
First day of my internship.
Head out.
Better not be late.
Let's go. Keep going. Nope, I'm gonna walk right in. There she is. There's my bestie.
Good morning. You guys must be the new intern.
Yep, we are.
John.
Yep, we're skipping. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's exciting. I've been looking forward to this.
Same.
Same.
Hey, having someone here that I already know.
Okay, that's good. What else? Yeah, I feel the same way. There we go.
I feel the same way. It's great to have a friend in the same place.
Yeah. Makes this whole real world thing a little less scary.
It does.
I heard we're gonna be meeting the boss soon. I hope she's as nice as everybody says she is.
Me too. Okay, let's skip ahead. I'm sure they'll be great.
I'm sure they'll be great. We just have to do our best to show what we can do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's give it our all to give
That
it.
sounds good. Okay, next. Good morning, Jessica.
Morning, Jessica. I guess I just have good instincts about where to be. We're excited to be here.
Well, I'm
Oh, did I
certainly glad
fuck
to
it
have
up
you
by
both
meeting
on
her
board.
in the
As I
gym?
mentioned before, Nova Prime VR's mission is to lead the VR industry with groundbreaking technology that services a wide range of clients.
I might have fucked
Now,
up
I'm just gonna give you
the
a
story by meeting her in the
office,
gym.
and then we can discuss.
Oh, it wasn't like that.
Come on, Lily, it wasn't like that. We were just chatting and it naturally came up. Don't overthink it.
Fine. Let's keep things cool, okay?
Jesus.
I want things to be fair between us.
Take care of this. Are you both ready? We're gonna go on that tour now. Okay, just follow me.
Okay. I think that might have smoothed things over a little bit, maybe?
So as you can see, Nova Prime VR has
Yeah, don't care. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Chad. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. I don't, though. Okay. That sounds fun. Let me know.
Sure, sounds...
Yeah, let me know. Okay, don't care. Nice to meet you, Anna.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
And finally, I would like you to...
Moving on. Nice to meet you, Gwen.
Nice to meet you, Gwen.
Nice to meet you too, John.
Okay, bye.
So as you can see, our team is
Okay,
very...
don't flirt with the secretary. She's not available.
Today, no.
Yep, skip it.
Oh, hey! He's talking to the newbie too. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, I'm overstimulated! I can't handle it! Stop!
Cool. Like, it's brand new. Great graphics. Oh, where'd you get your shirt?
Shut up!
So, John,
Yeah.
I heard something really interesting from.
Okay, what is it? Oh, only one in. Okay. Our friendship is more important than competition.
It's just an internship, Lily.
Yeah. There you go. I'm speedrunning her to try and get her, like, her ending.
One more thing, John.
What?
I know that you spoke about your internship with.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know it was a competition. I was just trying to be honest with her, nothing more. There, try a different choice.
I swear. At the time, I didn't know it was a competition. I was just trying to be honest with her, nothing more. If it felt like something else, I'm sorry.
Fine. I'll believe you. Just talk to me, please.
Yeah!
Before you go.
I will!
Solo moves.
Yeah, I will. Okay, so that's good. We like that. We're good.
Hey.
What?
I was just about to get a coffee. Do you want to come?
New scene, let's go! Yes. Let's go, Lily.
Sure, Lily. Let's go.
We're doing it now.
Let's go get something to eat.
Yeah, okay. Now we're getting on our good side.
So, how's your first day? Any interesting encounters?
It's great. Yeah, I honestly don't think Jessica likes me much. It's been bothering me. Or, oh shit! I think Jessica might like me, Lily. I wanted to be upfront about it. Oh, which one? Which one do we say? Yeah, the cup is empty. Do one? Okay. I'll just be upfront about it.
I think Jessica might like me, Lily. I wanted to be upfront about it.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me.
There you go. Okay. That's good.
I really appreciate you being honest with me.
There we go.
Let's just focus on doing our best for now.
Okay, sounds good.
Whatever happens, we can deal with Jessica when the time comes.
We certainly can.
Thanks for the chat, John.
You bet.
Let's just keep having each other's backs for now.
That sounds great. We're friends. All right. Oh, always you got me, Lily, no matter what happens. The whole thing feels easier with you around. No, you got me. There, let's do that one.
Always. You've got me, Lily. No matter what happens.
It's really comforting to hear.
Good, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. All right, now what?
Yeah, definitely not the time to talk.
Okay. I'll do some more work, I guess.
Get a task from Jessica.
Oh, okay. Let's get a task from Jessica. Not the break room, you idiot! There. Okay, let's speed it up. I'll make sure to keep it up.
I appreciate the...
I'll keep it up for you, Jessica.
Tasks waiting at your desk.
Sounds good. I will give it all my effort to be the one who earns the spot.
Well, that's all for now.
Good. Okay. Understood. I'll get started right away.
Understood.
Okay. Down we go. Now we'll talk to her, right?
Yeah, definitely
Nope. Okay.
not the time to talk.
Back to the VR. Do some
Welcome
work.
to the
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Keep going. Sign and print agreements. Gotta go here. Gotta go talk to her. Wait for it. Nope. She doesn't do it. All right. Yeah. Depends. If there's anything scandalous, maybe I'll deny it.
Depends. If there's anything scandalous in there, maybe I'll deny it.
Shitboxing
Relax.
Scott for what? What'd he
Just
say?
boring paperwork in there. Unless.
A porn adjacent question. If squirting from a vagina is mostly pee, is diarrhea butt squirting? Oh my god, yes. You've earned that one.
Anyways,
Gross.
Try not to miss me too much. Well,
Okay,
I've
whatever.
gotta take these documents over.
Yep.
Later.
Wait, what? Oh, take him to... Take him to Jessica. Right. Okay. Yep. Oh, take him to Anna. Whoops.
Got it.
Wrong one. Sorry. My bad.
Hey, Anna.
There you go. Yep, let me know if you need anything else.
Sure thing.
Okay, bye. We're speedrunning this. Oh, she's gone. Wait, am I done for the day?
Oh, it's 5 p.m.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Guess it's safe to head out now.
Yep, let's go. Out.
Finally done
Head
with
out.
work.
To the gym. No, I'm leaving.
Need to keep going.
Shit. Oh, Jessica and Chad are talking now? Mysterious woman?
Can I help you?
No, apparently not.
Obviously, I'm working out.
Yeah, sorry.
Go away.
My bad. I will go away. I don't care about you, Jessica and Chad. I'll catch you later. Didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
Hey, Jessica, Chad.
Yep, sorry. My bad. I'll get out. Bye.
You need to keep going.
God damn it! Oh, I gotta talk to Kate. Still figuring things out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you can find 3 notes lying.
I don't care. I don't want to find the notes. I want to leave.
Later.
God damn it!
Another clue from Kate.
Okay.
Of course, it's hidden near the weights.
Yeah, you'd think my only path is to kill
Kate's
Chad, right?
notes. Bet she enjoyed hiding these more than writing them.
Okay. There it is. In the ball racks. There we go. Okay.
She's really turning the gym into a puzzle now.
Okay. There's Kate. Okay. Flirt like a poet.
You talk?
Oh, whoops.
Okay, Jim.
Okay. Let's just fuck it up with her.
Let others come.
There you go.
All right.
To avoid being caught.
To avoid being caught.
Nope.
All right.
Next. You get a pass just once.
You get a pass. Just once.
I don't hand out passes. That is not how I'm built. Interesting choices, but...
I know.
You slipped up.
I'm sorry.
Maybe next time.
Yep.
If you pay attention.
Nah. I won't. I'll leave now, though. Thank you. Head out.
Is finished. Maybe I'll stop by Stacy's bar.
Can I get out of here? Can I just leave?
Later.
No. Okay. I gotta talk to her. Luck made the thirst happen. No, let's just move along. Something simple. Yep, just skip it. I walked around during COVID without a mask on.
Looks complicated.
How's that?
Saving it anyway.
It's really good, really glowing. I got some things to take care of. Sorry, I'm out.
Actually, I've got some.
Yep. Sorry, not you. Let me get out of here. There we go.
Looks like today's over.
Yep.
Home it is.
Okay. So now that was chapter 2. Now we're on to chapter 3. And I'm hoping we can speed run right into best friend's arms.
All right. New day. Let's not try to mess it up.
Okay, let's go. So we didn't end up with Lily or whatever. Yep. Hi. Yep. What?
John?
Yeah?
Hello?
What?
Oh, thank God you're alive. I was starting to wonder, seriously, do you have any idea what time it is right now? You were supposed to be at work.
I didn't even get drunk or fucking fuck that chick last night.
Please tell me that you did not just...
Oh my God, my alarm. I'm getting ready. Thanks. I think I snoozed too many times. I'm up.
Oh, thanks. I think I snoozed too many times. I'm up.
All right, John, I'll cover for you, but you need to get here as fast as possible, okay?
No thanks, Sammy.
Today's a very important day at work. Please hurry up.
Okay, let's go. Outside. To work. Yep, let's go. Okay, skip it. Skip it. Skip it. Yeah, there you go. If I knew you'd be one waking me up, I'd set my alarm earlier.
Waking me up? I might have set my alarm earlier.
Dangerous words, John. I might just have to take you up.
Nah, shut up.
So tell me, John.
Shut up. No. Are you planning to make my day more interesting? I don't have a choice but to flirt with her. They don't give me any other options. Fucking Chad. You know this isn't your workspace, right?
What were you doing at my desk, Chad?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here,
Don't
bud.
worry, John. I'm sure everything's...
Fuck off, bro. Oh, this is where... No! No! This isn't happening again. No, what? What?
Hey, look who decided to drop by. What's going on?
Actually, Chad, there is something that I'm a little stuck.
What is this? I get cucked again?
For you, anything. Why don't you lead the way, huh?
What happened? What did I fuck up?
Fantastic.
Oh, see? Look at that. Fuck this.
Oh, all right. New day.
He finger gunned me again.
Try to mess it up.
Don't worry, Lila. I'll be there soon.
Don't worry.
Okay. I want to see if it's a different choice with Chad that makes a different thing. Like to make an entrance. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Just let me go. Please tell me you weren't looking for a treasure map?
Please tell me you were looking for a treasure map. My desk isn't that exciting, Chad.
Treasure map? No. Not unless you got some gold hidden under those post-it notes. No, I just want to see where the magic happens. Don't worry, John. I'm sure everything's exactly where you left it. Close enough.
Am I? Oh my God! I'm gonna get cucked again.
Hey, John. Hey, Chad.
Yep. Fuck this. I'm out. All right, that's gonna do it for me today. God damn it! I would have liked to have punched Chad, but there's some choices I probably made in the first chapter that fucked me out of that option or whatever. But anywho's, I'm out here. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a great time. I'm gonna take the next 2 days off, believe it or not, because no drop frames tomorrow because JP is out at Fan Fest, Final Fantasy Fan Fest or whatever the fuck. So no drop frames. So I'm gonna take Sunday and Monday off to finish up all the shit I gotta do to pack and all this kind of stuff. But I will be back on Tuesday with there's a couple of games coming out on Tuesday. One of them is Aphelion, which looks pretty cool. And then does Saros also come out on Tuesday as well? No, Saros comes out on the early release on Tuesday. Yeah. I'm gonna play Aphelion, which is that new Don't Nod game. So yeah, I'm gonna play Aphelion first because there's gonna be probably tons of people playing Saros anyway. So yep. So I will see you on Tuesday, but I want to let you guys know that there will be reruns. It's going to be a rerun of the next 2 days will be me doing my 24 hours of Bloodborne. It'll be my Bloodborne run when I played it on release day all those years ago, whenever that was. So if you want to come and hang out and, with people and shit like that, there'll be reruns for you for the next 2 days. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you on Tuesday. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!